Welcome, everyone. Welcome, guys.
Hello.
Hello, hello. We are here. My name is Angelika. Here I have Elaynah with me here. We are going to be hosts for today's day number, actually three of the Chess Champions Tour,
hmm
Chessable Masters Edition. We'll look at divisions two and three. Are you excited, Elaynah?
I'm very excited. I'm also excited to see Hikaru's games as well after yesterday's interesting games.
What do you think about it? Like, were you following the games? What did you feel like when he got this
I
position out of the
did.
opening?
Yeah, I thought it was pretty hilarious actually. Um I mean, it was again very interesting to watch and I'm still fairly new to I think chess in general, so the opening theory, never realized exactly how important it is, but he fell off pretty quickly because he messed up the opening theory. I know that he went for more of a, um, I guess, an offensive position, even though I believe it was supposed to be more of a
Mm-hmm.
defensive game based on the opening position itself. So that was a little bit interesting.
Yeah, but that move like Bishop H3 was complete disaster,
Yeah,
and
that was a
after
blunder,
that,
right? So, yeah,
but
but it seemed like it was really difficult overall to defend at that point, especially with his opponent's very well-placed knight that was just able to jump in to his territory. So it was, I think, looking pretty bad already.
yeah, exactly. So maybe before we're going into the Chessable Masters Chess Champions Tour, we would talk actually about ourselves because maybe some of the viewers don't know who we actually are. So, Elaynah, maybe you would like to start like maybe you could share your chess journey because we're a little bit contrast
Sure.
with you. You know, I have more
hmm
experience, and you're really
hmm
fresh, really new. So yeah, what's your point on
I
chess?
am very fresh and very new. Well, I only started about 16 months ago, and I recently finally hit 1800. So that was very nice. And I started playing in tournaments about 6 months ago as well. And I think ever since then, I've mostly just been studying a lot when it comes to like fundamentals and now strategy. I started studying strategy. I started going over how to reassess your chess.
Wow.
So that's been my life
Messi
so far
100 Liach
in
eared
terms of
Angel one
chess and
times.
just
Hi.
kind of getting more into tournaments and understanding the difference between like online, gameplay versus tournament gameplay, the importance of both really. And so, again, very new. I started streaming chess when I started playing it. And I have streamed some tournaments as well, like the Las Vegas Chess Festival last year in June. I streamed that, and that was very interesting. It was my first tournament ever. It went great, amazing. So, yeah, I don't have too much of a, history in chess yet, but I'm learning.
So what's your
So go ahead,
FIDE again?
introduce. What's up?
What's your FIDE?
I don't know if I have a FIDE just yet. I recently just had a tournament in Marshall, and I
Mm-hmm.
did get second place, so it wasn't bad. But I think I'm around 1331,
Mm-hmm.
but I did just start, so I'm trying to increase that. How
Yeah.
about you? So tell me about your journey because I know that you mentioned you've been playing for a very long time since you were a child.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's tough
Mhm.
to put it all very short, but I would try to put a nutshell. So yeah, I really started a long time ago. So I'm now 26 years old. So I've been playing chess for almost my whole life, 22 years of chess. Of course, there have been moments where I like stopped playing chess when I was
Mhm.
focusing more on university, on study, but yeah, basically, I actually been three times bronze champion of Ukraine in
Wow.
some youth
Mhm.
categories among girls. So yeah,
Mhm.
and also
Hello.
Tom
I'm been
underscore
three times German
25,519 joined the
champion
Chessborn
among
community.
women. It was our team, so we won a few championships. So I have like 2000, around 2000 FIDE rating. I'm aiming always for 2100. I could have claimed like
Very impressive.
I could have claimed women candidate master title, but I feel like I would like to claim really women FIDE master, and that's what I'm aiming
Uh-huh.
for. That's my next
Right.
step in chess. So
Yeah, so how is I guess study prep at this point for you because you're highly rated at this point. How do you go about, getting ready for your tournaments and I guess studying?
So basically, the main what you would like to have in your preparation that you don't have so much preparation during the tournament,
Hmm.
because the more you play
Hmm.
your repertoire, your games, the better you
Hmm.
become. And then, for example, you just have to open the file or two to look before the game,
Hmm.
just because okay, your opponent plays,
Right,
let's say, Sicilian, so you have to
right,
prepare against it, or your opponent
right.
plays London, and you have to prepare against it. So you kind
Hmm.
of already have this. Um, Experience and which the practice of
Right.
all of it. So yeah, um,
Yeah, I
for
guess that opening repertoire becomes very important around that rating, right?
yeah, absolutely. So
To
you
understand it, to understand how to play against it.
yeah, exactly. I
Yeah.
mean, and also it's kind of
Hmm.
tricky because basically
Hmm.
everything you played is already out there in chess base. So whenever you're facing
Hmm.
somewhere, you have to be ready that your opponent is actually preparing against you.
Right.
But yeah,
That's true. I hear about that happening quite often. So, especially if you're someone who plays or the same openings, right? People can prep more against you. But is
exactly.
that like too much of a thing? Because when I was at an 1,000 GM tournament commentating for them a while back, and they mentioned I was interviewing some of the GMs that a lot of them study the same exact opening for years, and they stick to that in order to really improve or get, GM title. What are your opinions on that?
Yeah, so normally you would stick to your main repertoire, but of course,
Hmm.
we have seen also on the top level many times when players
Hmm.
just come there, even though they were like specialists in one opening and they were normally playing
Right.
just one opening, and they come and they say they play something else. For
Uh-huh.
example, just a few days ago in Wei, I don't know if you saw it, like Alireza Firouzja played one knight
Uh-huh.
c3, and it was like absolutely
Uh,
shocking because knight c3 is like not really a move you would play on the top level, but that's what
really?
actually
Like your
happened.
first move being knight c3?
Yeah, he played first move knight c3
Really?
exactly.
I thought that knight c3, the idea behind it was just that it's more flexible, can transpose to multiple things. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so he
So,
it can yeah, it can transpose, for example, to
yeah.
Jababa London. So for example, then later you would play
Yeah.
d4 and bishop f4.
Hmm.
But it's still like shocking because your
Hmm.
opponent have been prepared the whole night probably against d4 or e4, and then you come to the board and you play knight
Oh.
c3.
Right,
So
that's
yeah.
interesting. Okay.
Okay, I
Okay.
think we have like 5 p.m.
Hmm.
already. So the games have
Okay.
started, so we can immediately dive into the games. And
Let's do it. I am excited.
yeah, we actually have already moves on the board, just a few moves. And we have d4, knight f6, bishop g5.
Okay.
This is called, I believe, something like Trompovsky. So when the bishop is developed so early.
Hmm.
And the problem here is that black can always play this knight e4 attacking the bishop. But I
Right.
guess Hikaru is ready for this.
Right. So what are the, main ideas with this opening specifically? Because it's not one I see very often.
Um, I don't play it, so I don't
Hmm.
don't really. So the idea is that at some time you can always
Hmm.
capture the knight over here, and black is of
Right.
course forced to take with the pawn.
Right.
But of course, if for example black at someone plays e6, then we have already bishop out there, and it's already
Right.
pinning the queen. Because
Right.
in some openings you cannot develop the bishop too early. Sometimes maybe there is h6
Hmm.
played early and the bishop cannot go so early out
Yeah.
there, and you also trick your
Right.
opponent. You don't place your knight on
Yeah.
f3 just now, you just wait a little bit.
Right. I was wondering, what if you just play h6 right away here? I guess there's a few options. Maybe you have to trade up right away with bishop and knight, or you just bring the bishop back,
Yeah, I mean, I think
you know?
h6
Hmm.
is like okay move, but I would say that's
Hmm.
just because also you're playing black, you're kind of behind one
Hmm.
move, so you just have to focus on development. That's why I think like this d5 move
Right.
is good. But if you play like
Okay.
h6, it's of course it's
Yeah.
possible. But I mean, here there is
I guess,
bishop f4 or bishop
yeah.
takes f6. Maybe this could
Mm.
be an
I thought, maybe you can develop with a tempo, right? But maybe not. Like,
Mm-hmm.
what do you think about that? Because yeah, as black, you do have to develop, so maybe you don't want to play h6, but
Mm-hmm.
in this case, wouldn't there be a tempo here? Or is that not always a good thing?
So you mean like playing h6, like winning a tempo kind of, or
Yeah, like winning a tempo. And that way,
um,
sure, you're not developing a move per se, but
mm-hmm.
your opponent's also not developing at the same time.
Sometimes, as I said, white wants to take on f6. So this h6
Hmm.
move might seem like a loss of a time, because if
Hmm.
you play h6 and bishop really takes on f6, then
Right,
white would say, I really actually wanted to take on f6 and you even forced me
right,
to do it. So I'm happy. And here the question is, with which pawn would you like to take? Because if you take with d
right.
pawn, h6 might be weak. And if you take with
Hmm.
e pawn, then you remove your central pawn. Of course,
Hmm.
like it's still a move. It's possible to play like this, but
Right,
you already removed your
right.
central pawn to f6. So
Right. And there are some openings I know that you will play a move like that, right? And you'll have a pawn on f6.
yeah,
Um,
yeah, yeah.
is that do you know like the main, I guess the strengths of that? Having a pawn on f6? Because I know that there technically I think are sometimes.
I think that like one of
Hmm.
the points of the having the pawn on f6. Oh, let's for example come back here. That
Hmm.
later the knight cannot really go to f3 because there is no sense for knight standing on f3.
Oh, I
There are like really
see.
no squares. So I think that in case white would play knight
Hmm.
f3, let's say
Hmm.
d5, knight f3, and then you play h6, and then takes,
Okay.
takes. Basically, you're saying, okay, where is your knight aiming? It would have been probably better to
Right.
have knight on e2 because it would be more
Okay.
flexible from there. So,
Okay, yeah, it seems like you have to kind of be careful here then because it could
yeah.
hurt your development. Plus, your knight doesn't have anywhere to go because of, you know, um, how strong I guess e5 and g5 for
Mm-hmm.
black would be here.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
fair
I
enough.
actually want to point out that's very interesting that
Hmm.
Hikaru spent 12 seconds on bishop g5. So basically,
Okay.
I don't know if it was a preparation or it's just
Uh-huh.
spontaneous move, because he really spent 12 seconds. And after that, he played e3 pretty quickly, c6 also quickly. But
Right.
now bishop d3, he also spent like 20 seconds. I don't
Right.
know. I think probably after yesterday's losses, he was like so
Uh-huh.
uh,
Uh-huh.
devastated, and he just probably just rested, and he didn't even want to prepare.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
I wonder. What if he's playing something spontaneous? Do you, do you think that would be his style?
Yeah, I mean, it's
'Cause
actually
I know
sometimes
he,
it's possible, when the
yeah.
players don't feel good himself. He lost two
Mm-hmm.
games yesterday with white and then with black.
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually possible,
Hmm.
because I see that he
Yeah.
spends more and more time. Of course, now the position is becoming a little bit, I mean,
Hmm.
interesting. It's not so usual. Um,
Hmm.
it's still this Trompovsky
Hmm.
attack or opening, but it's some unusual move, because here we have bishop g4. So actually, Yu Yangyi, he's a Chinese grandmaster.
Hmm.
He's also actually pretty strong in the short time controls. So we know that Hikaru is so strong. He has like this record of the
Right.
bleeds. I think like Magnus beat his record or something, if I'm not mistaken, but he's one of the best, right, in bullets and
Right.
blitz. But Yuan is actually also not so bad himself, and we can see
Hmm.
that he's playing in Division 2, so that's kind of says us something. So f3, bishop h5.
Okay.
So maybe this bishop g4 was some kind of provocation, this f3
Right.
that later knight cannot go here, or this e3 may be
Right.
potentially weak pawn, and actually
Right.
bishop
I mean,
wants to be traded.
yeah. I mean, white does seem to have some control on,
Mm-hmm.
e4 though. So maybe there's something that they could
Yeah.
do there.
So let's just maybe quickly go to the position where they are in, because you're talking a lot about this opening. But of course, it's very interesting. Like the opening choice was very interesting,
Right.
and we see actually already the chess.com helps us, saying it's a great move. It's a great
Right.
move. Yeah, and there is no other move here. That's kind of also a point. That's
Interesting. Okay.
So basically, your knight is under attack. There is a pin, so there is no other move.
Right.
But yeah, it was actually nice that he played this bishop d3 intermediate,
Mm-hmm.
and basically brought the queen there to d3, and then took with the knight on e5, attacking the
Right.
queen. So he didn't play immediately knight e5, but
Mm-hmm.
he created this tempo. So he won the tempo here because let's
Right.
say if knight e5 plays immediately, then for example bishop takes g6, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if knight takes or pawn takes. Maybe knight. I don't know. Maybe we want to keep the knight on e5, yeah, in the center. Maybe pawn
Right.
takes.
I mean,
Then it's white to move in this
black's
position.
yeah, black's queen side is looking pretty open there, though. Is there any sort of counterplay potentially? After a4?
Maybe. Uh, Maybe that's one of the points why he took, because he was kind of
Right.
scared of some checks here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the king looks lonely here. So maybe,
Right. Those white squares are very weak here on the
yeah.
queen side, so.
Yeah, you're right. Because then, for example, we have here, of course, pin on the queen, but
Mhm.
we can play with a check.
Right,
That's the
exactly.
point.
So
So yeah,
it seems like it would start some problems, for black here. I mean, there's not
yeah,
a lot of defenders
yeah.
for
Knight has to go back,
d7.
right?
Right.
And
And then maybe is it possible to even bring the rook in later to the c file and
absolutely,
try
there's
to
also
just take
idea to take on f6 because
Right.
everything is kind of pinned.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, of course, and probably that's why. Let's go back to the
Hmm.
position. So probably that's why actually Chinese grandmaster just played as bishop d3, queen
Hmm.
d3,
Yeah,
and
I
knight
think that
e5.
was smart, getting rid of one of the potential problems because that bishop was very strong.
Yeah, exactly. The top players are really smart, you know. Uh, so queen b3. Yeah, so trying to
Okay,
create
so
maybe really some problems, attacking b7.
yeah,
Some
so what's the problem with queen b3 though?
Yeah,
Because right
actually we
now,
see evaluation bar, right?
black,
Evaluation bar doesn't like
yeah,
this.
right, because black has an advantage at this point of maybe is it possible that b pawn is poisoned here? I mean, because
It's
that
actually
knight on e5 is
possible.
sorry, go on.
Yeah, sorry. I just want to say it's actually possible that black can just finish the
Mhm.
development. Just quickly play.
Right,
Okay, maybe not. Okay, maybe to b7 because you want to get rid of the spin.
right, right.
But bishop b7 is a mistake. It's a
Interesting.
miss according to.
Interesting.
Wait, what was the move here?
Right. What would be better in this specific situation?
Okay. I absolutely have no idea. Okay, you know what? Since we're commentators, we have this option to cheat. We can check what is the engine
Let's go
saying
for it.
here. So
All
the
right. Yeah. What is the engine
Oh
thinking
my
here?
god,
What is it?
you would never guess it. It's bishop
Uh,
b4.
bishop b4. I thought about bishop b4 for the
Really?
pin, but then I'm like, how though? Because you know what I mean? The queen is still covering that line. So what is missing here exactly?
So what happens after
Like,
queen takes on
oh,
b4?
there is a fork. I see. And not the
Exactly.
easiest fork to see. That knight to d3 would be a fork. Wow, yeah, I definitely,
The
yeah,
fork, the
don't think I
royal
would have
fork.
seen that.
Oh my god. This is how you can at the same time develop a piece
Right.
and protect the b7 square.
Right, that's so interesting.
And the threat is actually to take on d2 and that king comes out and king will never
Yeah.
castle again. So, wow,
Right, and this position
incredible.
is quite open, so it would be problematic for that, king as long
Yeah.
as those queens are still on the board too.
Yeah, but okay, it was missed. So bishop b7 was
Yeah.
played. Okay, normal, more or less normal
Okay.
position with the isolated pawn. Yeah, here on d5.
Right.
Potentially, like it's dangerous position for both sides. It's a game for three
Right.
results.
Right.
Whenever
So, what's your opinion on isolated pawns? What do you think of them? Do you prefer them or do you not like them?
It's very like hard question because it depends. There are positions where I would prefer them because they help you to create an
Yeah.
attack, but there are also
Right.
the positions where they're really weak. So if you know how to play
Hmm.
with or against
Right.
isolated pawn, then of course
Hmm.
like you basically it doesn't matter if you play with or against it, then you will make it
Hmm.
okay, you will have okay position or maybe chances for the win. But here, as I can
Right.
see, actually I would prefer black, to be honest. Also we have a
Mhm.
humiliation bar and it agrees because of this weakness on s3.
Right. That's true.
So we have all these pieces looking at the pawn on e3. I don't think
Right.
Hikaru is happy here. He plays knight d4, trying to block it.
Hmm.
Actually, that's one of the points. Just how to
Hmm.
use a square in front of isolated pawn is by putting a knight there.
Yeah, yeah. I remember learning that knights apparently are the best in front of those certain types of pawns, right? And pass pawns
Exactly.
because they can guard. They're
Yes.
very mobile, right? So they can still guard and attack very well,
Yeah, the knights are the
despite
best
being
blockading
limited.
pieces. One of the best, yeah.
Right, right. And with isolated pawns, it definitely seems like it's about timing too, knowing
Mm-hmm.
when to push, for that
Yeah.
initiative. If you wait a little too long, sometimes it can go bad as well. That's been my experience with them.
Yeah, absolutely. But this position actually, you don't really want to push this pawn because this actually feels like a normally
Right.
protected, but e3 is a kind of a weakness here. So that's
Hmm.
you just have to make
Right.
sure
So,
that e4 is not a move.
right.
Okay, let's move faster to the what happened. Okay, all normal moves.
Okay.
Knight is attacking the
Yeah,
queen.
it's that queen is just yeah,
Poor
being
queen, yeah.
attacked a lot.
Queen
Yeah.
b3, queen
Yeah.
c3, queen d3, queen e2. Um, actually
Yeah,
was
and
queen originally was queen on c2, queen d3. Oh my god, so many moves. I just recalled.
right, and that is not a pleasant spot for Black's knight to be, right? I mean, like it's good for Black, but for White, knight on c4, pretty problematic.
Yeah, and especially
Yeah, the
after this
queen.
pawn was pushed to a4.
Right, right,
That's another point of the isolated pawns. Yeah, you would like
hmm
to put the knights on the
yeah,
squares which are
right,
protected by the pawn. Of course, there is no way
right,
to play knight e4, but you can put the
right,
knight on c4, and it's actually very powerful
right.
there in attacking the pawn on e4.
Hmm.
And look at this
It is. It's
bishop.
doing a lot.
Karlheim Kronk joined the
Yeah, and it
chessboard
feels like now
community.
White's position is just getting very clustered.
Yeah,
There's
exactly. And
not
just look at that bishop
very
on
many things
b4.
to
Like,
do.
how do
Hmm.
you feel about that bishop?
I mean, that bishop is amazing. You can't attack that bishop at all at this point. It got to an outpost, so bishops on outposts are a disaster, right, for the opponent who's facing them. They're just so difficult to get rid of. And I've had too many bad experiences with them. So, yeah, I
Yeah,
definitely don't like White's position here.
but I also like, this bishop is not allowing rook to come to e1. Yeah, it's like you would love to protect this
Hmm.
pawn, but how do you protect the
Right.
pawn actually? Actually, right now it's a question because let's count one, two, three,
Hmm.
and we have two defenders, and actually just now rook d3 being played. Very
Right.
awkward move. Very awkward move. There is like 95 and
Right.
everything in there. Okay, queen f6. I don't know what the threat was for its queen f6.
Right.
Ah, and now rook d3, and basically he carries understanding his position is bad and he's offering a draw because after queen g5 he would just repeat.
Right. Right. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean it's really Actually, I have a question to you. Which pieces do you
There.
prefer more, knights or the bishops?
Which are worth more? Did
Which do you
you?
prefer? Like, which do you love more?
Oh,
If you
I
have
always
any
like tell
preference.
everybody. I definitely prefer the bishop pair by a lot. Yeah, if I can have the bishop pair, I'll have the bishop pair, right?
Hmm.
But I think like solo pieces, I do like the knights just because they're so tricky and so fun if you can utilize it and use it properly. How about you?
Yeah, I actually kind of agree with you,
Hmm.
but I would also say
Hmm.
that it also depends. Basically, you ask me a few questions, and I always like say it depends because if we have a close position, of course, I prefer the knight against the bishop or
Right,
knight
right.
pair, because if you have bishop
Absolutely.
pair, yeah, just
Hmm.
imagine position is closed, you have bishop pair, and you have
Right.
nothing. he don't
Yeah,
have
no,
any.
that's a disaster for sure. Yeah. But usually, when I think of the pairs, I think
Yeah.
of endgame a lot of times. Endgame when it's just mostly pawns left on the board and it's just with, those snipers, it's very difficult to play. So, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So like it's really, when they're boss like having these
Mhm.
diagonals, yeah, it's really
Yeah.
really nice. Okay, so we have here actually some exchanges happen. What happened? Knight d3. Okay, so basically queen e5 attacking the pawn.
hmm
Did
Okay.
he blunder this knight e3? I don't think he blundered
Interesting.
it. But after take, the pawn is fully protected. Of course, there is still huge pressure
Right.
here.
Right.
Like you would
So how
normally,
can
yeah,
I was gonna ask, how can white now just get out of this, situation? Because again, that very well placed bishop and knight makes me wonder, like, what can be done here at this point? The position is a little bit more equal now after
yeah. I also wonder
those
myself what
specific moves.
happens if black is just putting the rooks on the e file, just double the rooks,
Right,
triple on the e file, or putting so much pressure on the
right,
e pawn. How do you protect it?
right. There is a lot of pressure on the e-pawn. And with, e1 not being available for the rook.
Absolutely. Where do you place the queen? Like queen has absolutely no squares. Actually, sorry, the few moves have been played. For some reason, didn't refresh. Oh, wait. B6.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, but why did he remove the bishop? Why would you remove? Okay, probably there is a. Okay, right now there is a threat to take on d4. So in
Interesting.
case, let's say,
Right.
king,
And there's a pin,
like whatever
so
that we do nonsense move, then there is bishop
right,
d4 winning because queen on
right,
d2. Sorry, e2 is not
right,
protected,
right,
and that's how
exactly.
black wins a rook.
And that is right.
But of course, Hikaru doesn't blunder that, and he plays rook e1. And now actually the square for e1 is available,
Okay.
and
Okay.
actually, now a knight is being kicked off from this very nice c4 square. I don't know what's happening. Why would you remove the bishop?
Okay.
Hello.
Carsten
Okay,
124 Chess joined the
but
Chessborn
maybe,
community.
but maybe he wants to take at some moment and just enter with a rook
Hello.
somewhere.
DXRKCR0W joined the Chessborn
I don't
community.
know. It's really, you know, yeah, it's really very. I mean, I don't know. There is a huge
Mm,
pressure, and
right.
again, a move's been played, and again, it didn't prefer. So rook d3. Queen d2. And now actually white is asking a question. Okay, what about your
Right.
pawn on d5? What about your weakness? What about your
Right. Now
isolated
the
pawn?
isolated pawn has actually become somewhat of
Exactly.
a problem. Yeah, that's interesting how the position just completely changed.
And now this e3 is not really weakness. Oh my god, it's saying it's a blunder.
Wow. So now is this considered a blunder? Oh, okay, this is interesting.
Wow, e4. Okay, actually huge move because there is a threat to take
Hmm
here to have a fork, and
Right.
and
Right.
and you kind of have to take, but if you take then the rook takes, and basically white is crushing on
Exactly.
the e and d files. Oh my god.
Right. That d pawn seems like it's gonna fall either way at this point. So also, you
Wow,
was
he
about to run out of
sacrificed
time.
the knight.
Wow.
He
Okay.
sacrificed the knight. He tries to find some attack, but unfortunately there I don't see anything there because bishop is so close to protect everything. I don't think.
hmm
Okay, the threat is to
Right.
take this pawn, to win this pawn. Also, Yang Yi is very low on
Right.
time. He has 5 seconds, Hikaru has one
Yeah,
minute.
exactly.
Hikaru is a
Like,
beast in bullets, and yeah, with 1 minute he can do anything.
boy, have the tables just turned by
Yeah,
a lot.
exactly.
I was not expecting that. Yeah, it definitely shows you how punishing chess is, so there's that at least.
Okay, it's not so clear because there are two
hmm
pawns for a bishop. Of course, there is a
hmm
huge attack. Like you can always check with the
Right,
rooks, and
right.
yeah,
Plus, the time situation is not going
yeah,
to make this easy at this point.
yeah. I think also the problem is that these pawns are located on the dark squares, and it's so easy for exactly for white to attack. You know, white is attacking the pawn on g5, going to attack the pawn on b6. It's pretty sad.
Right, that is
Oh my god, every move
interesting.
somehow is a miss. What is
Interesting.
happening? Okay, I would offer we just watch after the game what they miss. Just now we just enjoy the time
Sure, I
trouble
definitely
situation.
think that's a good idea.
Yes. Okay, no, it's still 2 pawns. Oh, wait, but this, I think... But now rook takes and, yeah.
Right, and then f6 is looking quite bad.
Now it's... Okay, bishop can
Right.
take, probably. Yeah. Yeah, it's not enough. The 2 pawns were just falling.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. And you resigned. We have the result. Hikaru wins his first game and the Division 1. So he's moving to the next round. No, wait, he's not moving. Sorry. We still have 3 more games to go. We still have 3 more games to go. I said too early. But let's see what happened in this position. What was the miss?
Sure. Was it just king? Wait, let me think here.
King g2, and it's
What if it was?
the valuation bar falls almost to the equality.
Yeah. I mean, was it just rook to b6 or was it king to g3 or something? I don't see the whole line here, so I don't think that.
You mean in this position? I guess rook b6 is absolutely fine because it's a check.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
so I don't know.
And then it would be still winning.
Isn't.
But maybe let's try to find here for black. How would
Sure.
black like try to equalize here? Because the evaluation bar is saying it's plus 0.6, which is like slightly better. But okay, we might say closer to clearly better, but you know, in the end games, basically it means that there is huge chance for a draw in this position. What do you think black could play here? I have one suggestion. I don't know if you have. Maybe some f5 or gh move. So just trying to bring more pawns, because you know gh bishop is currently cannot take the pawn, and my threat is to push h3, and rook actually cannot really so quickly go and defend.
Right.
Maybe f5 is not a move because rook b6 and then it's all fine, but maybe this gh.
Right.
Computer
Yeah,
is saying,
maybe there is something there. You're right.
Computer is saying gh. Okay, white is still better, but it's creating a huge, you know, counterplay here, and pawn is aiming for to become a queen. It's actually.
Yeah, I don't.
Computer is
How
saying
do you
king
think
f3 is the only move, but then h3.
Really?
Okay, it looks very interesting.
Well, how about just I mean, I was thinking like bishop to g3 or something, but then at the same time, maybe there's a rook sack somewhere there in order to develop that pawn or to promote that pawn. I'm not sure.
But I think, okay, you can give up the bishop, then try to take these pawns, but I don't think white is the one playing for a win here. It's...
Right. That's the problem. The bishop would actually
of course, it was like in a time trouble, so let's maybe... How can I see with how much time? Here we see actually the actual time. It was 4 seconds, and Yi couldn't find it, so yeah, that's why he played this knight h5 and then eventually blundered the pawns. But let's just come back and see how huge the position was earlier. Like the
so where did things go wrong exactly? Was it when that bishop was moved? Because it did seem like black did have you know, their pieces very well placed.
So basically after knight d3, this knight d3 was a bad move. So I would assume we have to... Wait a second. Okay, you gotta find this move. This is really nice.
Okay.
What would you play with black here?
What would I play as black here?
So white is attacking knight and the queen, and you know that knight d3 is not a move, so...
Right. Well, I mean, it does make sense here to just take the knight on d4 potentially, right?
Absolutely.
Is it? Yeah, because of that
Absolutely.
partial pin is just,
Exactly. And
yeah.
even
And
though
black is doing great here.
even though white is taking a piece like with a pawn
Right,
on with a knight, but your rook is
right.
already on the second rank.
Yes, exactly. That rook is very powerful.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
And you can already actually take the pawn with a knight. So
mm,
that's actually a huge position.
no, that's
It's
interesting.
computer is saying it's winning, so it's like -2. Wow,
Right.
such a miss, yeah. So basically, at this moment, it started falling apart, and then
Mm-hmm. Right.
this is how tricky Hikaru can be. Yesterday, he was being down
Mm-hmm.
a rook in that first game,
Right.
and it was always unclear. Maybe the opponent actually is going to make a mistake, and
Yeah.
because you could also lose to Hikaru down the rook, especially we with you, but also top
Right.
players. Because I think Hikaru and Magnus both have like this kind of effect. Once you're
Mhm.
facing Magnus or
I think
Hikaru,
so, yeah. Yeah. It's, there's psychology and chess involved as
exactly.
well, right? So that's what that is. They are intimidating.
Okay, so maybe we'll
So
go
I get it.
quickly and check the results of the other games and see what
Sure.
interesting happened on the other boards. So in the second division, we had here Anish Giri against Jeffrey Xiong, and
Mm-hmm. They drew.
they
Interesting.
drew. Okay, maybe we just maybe quickly look at the openings. So it was some. It's tough to say, like some kind of semi-tarish, or now that it looks like now that it was almost like a yeah it was a Grunfeld, sorry, it was a Grunfeld, and white took very early,
Right.
but of course in this game, like, Anish is the one who is trying to play for a victory
Mm-hmm.
in the match because he's a higher rated and he has white pieces. Oh,
Right.
actually, interesting trade of the queens.
Okay.
Okay, so currently, actually, white is up a pawn, but black is collecting this pawn, and the
Right.
pawns are very weak here. So I think, yeah, they traded some pieces, and they got to
Mm-hmm.
this endgame and agreed on a draw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, who do we have else? We have David Anton from Spain. Actually, he lost yesterday, very heartbreaking match. He was actually one of the favorites, I think, in that match, and um,
What happened? How did he lose? I don't think I
I
saw that one
don't
later.
remember exactly, but it was just basically position was completely normal, and then out of nowhere he just lost the last game, and with that he was kicked out from Division 1. I think he was
Really?
second or the third in the play-ins. Like there was a
Uh-huh.
play-ins 2 days ago, and yeah. But here we can see him beating Levon Aronian, who is actually a favorite in this match. Wow. Let's see what happened.
Okay.
Okay. So we have Spanish, we have Berlin. Okay. So basically what happened here is that white sacrificed
Mm-hmm.
the pawn for initiative for
Mm-hmm.
attack because king is still in the
Right.
center.
Right. Yeah, and you see that a lot,
Yeah, exactly.
So I understand.
Okay.
Even with a rook on e1, it definitely does seem like black still has a complete control of e5 though. So it doesn't seem like it's that easy to break through here. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, exactly. It looks like actually black is protecting everything, and also this
Mm-hmm.
h6 move. It feels like it's kind of a fortress kind of here, but you also don't have to
Yeah.
forget about the king. You have to put your king in
Right.
safety, and I think that was the
Right.
problem. That and here he allowed d5. Okay, it's saying that it was not actually such a great move. It was a mistake, but knight d8, going all the way
So,
back. That's not a happy move. That's not a happy horsey.
mm-hmm.
And now actually white wins back a pawn. So at
Mm-hmm.
this moment actually material is equal, but white has more active pieces. Of course, as you say,
Right.
it's very hard to break through, but you have more
Right.
space. because of this pawn on d5, and you have
Yeah.
more active pieces. So.
Black has like a pawn storm going on too. And
Yeah,
if white can
exactly.
hold long enough, white should be at an advantage. That usually is, in my experience, how it goes, right? Because you're creating a lot of weaknesses by pushing all your pawns as well.
Yeah, but you know the thing is that
So,
e4 is not a threat, right? Because of all the
right,
spins
exactly.
here.
It's
So
not. No.
that's why Anton is saying I just developed my rooks and wait, what? C5 saying it's a
Interesting.
huge miss?
C5.
What? Is it
Wait,
just
so
en passant?
there is en passant, but how
Whenever
about
you
just
have
taking
en
that?
passant, you just have to play en passant.
Yeah, you just have to play it. But here we just developed the knight now. So I wonder if it just makes sense like with a, B pawn here. But maybe that opens up, rook to b8, but then again you could just move the queen.
I think
I'm just
you're
wondering.
right actually. With the b pawn, you kind of you have this
Mhm.
double pawns, and if if
Right.
you're not sure if taking with a d pawn or b pawn is better, you kind of
Mhm.
can go for a b pawn just because later you will
Yeah.
have this like as a actually a
Right.
potential passer.
Right.
Or d pawn can be also a potential passer, but if you
Right.
take with a d pawn, then you'll still have this double pawns. Of course, there is still advantage into them,
Right.
but
Yeah, I just what would be the advantage of taking with that C or D pawn though? Because I mean it does just develop
so
Black's
he
knight
actually
for
took with a
them.
d pawn. Maybe that you're
Yeah.
opening
So
this. Oops, sorry. Maybe that you're opening this diagonal
okay, so the
towards the
advantage is
king.
maybe like you said, opening that diagonal.
Yeah, so you're not allowing black to castle and keep the king in the center.
Right, that's true.
Bishop takes.
So you're prolonging
wow, b5.
that weakness. Okay, interesting.
You're bringing all the pieces into the game.
Right.
What? Wait, I saw that there's going to be bishop b5. Rook c6. What a nice move.
Interesting. Oh, with a nice pin. Wow, okay.
And just see for how many moves this knight is actually under attack, but of course cannot be taken.
Right. Right, exactly.
Bishop b5. It's a huge pin. It's a deadly pin. Like probably you cannot really get away from this.
Yeah, there's not many ways of defending that, and then just bringing the knight to d4 or the queen.
Okay, that would be
and building your attack there.
But queen d5.
Oh, not d4. You're right. The bishop's there. But how about
we would
rook
blunder
to
probably this. and bishop would come from like million kilometers like
it's a sniper bishops. I completely forgot about that bishop on g7.
Yeah, because bishops are as you said, bishops are really strong pieces.
Exactly.
Okay, d5,
with open position like this too at this point, and the diagonal is very open, but
like even though knight is protected, king is still in the center for black,
right?
And that's
and
why
the king
evaluation bar says it's winning.
Yeah, and it's stuck in the center, right? Because it's not that easy to remove that queen on d5. So
yeah, absolutely. And now knight comes to d4. Now knight comes to d4.
Right, and then we have that partial pin on the queen, so it's again not very pleasant.
Oh my god, it was a disaster.
Wow. Okay, wow, that's
okay, we just
that's
scroll
such an
till the
interesting
end
game though, but it just shows you, about taking advantage of imbalances here. With the weakness, right? The dynamic weakness on the on castle king, right? You saw how well white was it white? I already forgot. But anyways, they were be able to take advantage of it. So
yeah. Exactly. Okay, maybe just quickly we go to game Keimer against Sweedler. Actually, Keimer won. Wow, interesting. Okay, maybe just quickly we'll check it because the game started, or the second game started. Wow, f5. So it's kind of a Dutch, but
okay.
Like, okay, yeah, it's a Dutch. So I believe it's called like Leningrad or something system because of this this g6 and bishop goes here, because there are two ways to play it, with d6 or with e6, potentially then playing for e5. Okay, everything looks fine. Ooh. Knight wants to go to e6. I mean, as you said, horsey is a powerful piece.
Absolutely.
Horsey enters to e6 and takes the bishop.
Okay, wow.
So now we have bishop pair. Are you happy, Elaynah?
I am happy. Now let's just reach endgame with that bishop pair.
Exactly. Wow, f4, nice. Yeah, because now you see like white's king is kind of safe because there are two pawns here, and
Yeah.
black's king, you know, having this some air here near it, and
Right. Right.
king h6. I love this
Why is there a
knight.
fork with the queen? Oh, no, there isn't. Why do I keep missing those bishops today? But yeah, knight to c6 works well.
But
See,
okay.
that bishop wasn't there. It's those bishops. I just keep missing them.
But
Now I've
okay,
had too many games where I just miss the bishop, so.
But you have good
Anyway.
good point. So, you know, sometimes your move is not correct. Like the execution is not correct, but the idea is right. Because in this position, what would be the best
Right.
move?
Right. Well, I mean, bringing that knight to c6 definitely makes a lot of sense.
Okay,
You
and
know,
what else?
in
You
my
were
opinion.
talking about this f5 square.
Sure. So the f5 square, I guess what we can do is play rook takes f5, possibly.
Absolutely,
Trying
and
to,
that's what
yeah.
Vincent did.
Mhm.
He played rook f5,
There you
and
go.
Peter Swidler resigned.
Really?
He resigned here, yes.
Is this like resignable? I'm just curious.
Okay, the point
With
is
rook to f5.
okay, the bishop cannot take.
Exactly, no.
Of course, like it's just a kind of a pawn. You might think, but the position of
Right.
the king is also kind of terrible. The next move
That's
is something
true.
like e4, queen h3, like
Right. You're right, and it's starting to look a little bit bad for
probably I would not
black.
really
Well,
resign
a lot
here. I
bad.
would still play from black till a
Right.
checkmate. But
Right. So I mean, if white played e4, what can black play then?
okay, now it's black too. So let's say what is
Right.
going to be played. I have no idea actually what to play. That's my problem.
Yeah, there's it's a little bit rough.
Maybe move the knight. Knight e4. No, knight e4. Or knight. I don't know, some knight move to try to trade this rook, but okay, then this will happen.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe knight h5.
Knight h5.
Then you can take, and then bring the rook to c1 at least.
Right.
Yeah, the problem is that you cannot really develop your pieces on the queen side, and
Right.
your king is open. So that's, I mean, not your, but Peter's. Yeah.
Get it. Yeah, I don't know. Like,
So he
it
resigned.
definitely seems really just, yeah, it's too easy for white to just hunt down that king at that point.
Exactly. So we have
Yeah.
actually games ongoing. So I guess we go back to match Hikaru against Yang Yi. What do you say?
hmm
Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay, some party position. Maybe just quickly see
Chow
what
underscore me
happened
underscore
in the
Guillermo underscore
opening.
Alex joined the Chessborn community.
There was the Italian game. Pretty calm
Okay.
opening. Pretty calm choice.
Yes.
But already here has started some attack on f2. But okay, everything is protected. Everything looks fine.
Okay.
Okay, so basically the whole idea of this rook coming to e2 is now showing that in case black pushes this f5, then the rook can get open.
Right.
So that's what we have here. And okay, queen d2 is protecting also on g5. But you know, I absolutely love the center of black. Like Hikaru's center is really nice. Having these two pawns controlling everything. Of course, some active pieces here, very important. And this bishop, you know, looking from a7, very sneaky bishop.
It is very sneaky. I hardly noticed it. So looks like a pawn back there.
Oh, wow! Knight f2 is working. Bishop.
Interesting.
But what happens after rook
Wait,
f2?
so
Rook f2, bishop
Right.
f2, right? I have to take.
right.
Queen f2. Maybe some kind of e4 or something.
Right.
Also, the pawn is hanging here. There are also some kind of this e4 moves. Maybe take an e4. I don't know. But you know, white has 2 pieces for a rook, which is
Right.
normally like actually better for the side who has bishop and the knight against the rook. I don't know
Well,
why.
yeah, exactly right. Like because that rook wasn't the most active yet either
Yeah, exactly.
in the middle
Okay,
game.
but bishop
Trading two
h3 is a
minor
kind
pieces
of
off.
a trick, or
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay.
But what happens after bishop takes and knight back? Yeah, exactly. That was my point. That
Right. That,
Hikaru just
okay.
won a pawn for nothing. So yeah. Ooh.
Oh, interesting. It's a blunder. Oh, because
Oh
there's
my
mate.
god. It's a fork.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
and
not
Hikaru of course
good.
finds it. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, huge attack. Oh my god. This is current position right now. Wait,
Yeah, this looks scary. I wouldn't
it
want to be
looks
in this
very
position.
scary. E4. Wait, black is up 2 pawns and up a position because, I mean,
Right.
first of all, this is a threat to take here. I mean, like, it's resignable here. It's resignable at this moment. This is just GG. No, but there is really exists this, you know,
It's
kind
so
of effect.
unfortunate. Yeah.
This Hikaru effect really exists. Like,
Yeah.
you know, whenever many players are, they can play however fine they play, but then at some moment, you know, even they're better, you know, up a pawn or a piece, and then they just will blunder in some, or get to some time trouble.
Yeah. I also think that when you're winning, you know, it is harder to win when you, I don't know, in my opinion, like when I'm
Yeah.
playing over the board too. It's
And we
kind of
actually
like
have a
that.
result. So Hikaru just
Yeah.
won, you and you resigned.
Do you think that people try to play a little too perfectly sometimes too?
Yeah.
You know, when they have this winning position?
You know, that's kind of, there is a saying like the best is the worst, is the enemy of good. You know, because like when you're trying to look for the best move, you're losing so much time, and you know,
Right.
you just, you know, it's rather to play, you rather play like some good moves, but safe moves, especially in the lower time
Yes.
controls. Like,
Yeah.
so which game would you like to check? Maybe let's go to the next Giri against Jeffrey Song. So like they're,
All right. Let's do it.
oh, they have again rook end game. Okay, I don't think we should check what happened in the game, but this looks like looks like a
Tabito44
drawish
joined the
endgame
Chessborn community.
Right.
because one of the pawn falls and
Mm-hmm.
okay, actually I don't know if this was a kind of a move to try to play for a win, but I don't think so. I don't think anyone play for, actually maybe.
Yeah. So what is let me see here.
So the idea is that the king
The
is
reason
cut,
for white. Yeah.
but
Well, I'm just curious. What about h5?
you mean, so
Earlier.
if take on h5 or take. Okay.
So why not take with the rook earlier?
Oh wait, and now he messed up a little bit because now pawn is protected. Okay.
Right. I don't understand why I didn't take it earlier.
I don't know.
Okay.
He was maybe scared of something or try to trick. But okay, it should be a draw. It must be a draw. I don't know though why not king e3, king f4, but okay.
Yeah, I mean, white just needs to hug that pawn, basically. So.
Okay, I mean, this can be played for a long time because the players have increment and, you know, black will try
for a while. Yeah, with those rooks.
But actually, you cannot really escape from the rook. The king is perfectly protecting the pawn on g3, and even if you like trade the pawn,
right,
h for g pawn, it's a draw. So because
right,
white in time to defend. Okay, maybe let's go to the other game because there is.
Sure.
Oh, wait a second. There is result on the next game. Levon Aronian won back, so we saw David Anton. He won the first game. Now Levon Aronian won back. So yeah, maybe just briefly see what happened. It was Karakan. Actually, you were asking me
Okay.
earlier which opening the pawn is also can be placed on f6. So this
Right.
is the position, when knight at c3 is being played, takes, take, and there
Right.
is knight f6.
Uh-huh.
And here also, if you place
Okay.
your knight on f3, it's also a pretty bad piece. So it's just addition to the previous
Interesting. Okay.
position.
And wait, which opening does this come out
Oops.
of? You said the
This was
Caro.
Caro-Kann, but okay, they played the
Okay, I
advanced
see.
variation, so it was okay.
I see.
Okay, so everything looked fine. Okay, yeah, I mean, king is pretty safe, so there was no castle, but king is pretty safe. It was actually interesting that king went like
Hmm.
to f1 here.
I
So
was
no
thinking
castle,
about
but
that
king
too.
f1. Or maybe he mouse
Is it
slipped.
because maybe, but also, is it a little dangerous to castle in the situation, considering h5 is pushed up so much?
I don't know, but I think
It
it might have been a mouse slip. Like you would like to castle here. I think so, but
it is a little odd, though. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there was an idea behind F1,
yeah, exactly.
but
Okay. Queen c4, knight c6, rook. Okay, everything looks so far fine. Yeah, and now finally white can kick the queen out.
okay.
And white has more space on the king side and maybe can try to create some attack, but of course king has to
Right.
first of all decide where it castles.
ISUP85 joined the Chessborn
But for now, actually,
community.
king is more safe on e8.
Right. Can't really castle queen
Yeah,
side right now.
exactly.
And king side is like what you mentioned, there is a king side attack.
Yeah. Actually, he started to go on the queen.
Oh.
Ooh!
Interesting.
Oh, the point is you cannot really move the knight because you will get problems here on
I see.
c7. Ah, there's actually pawn on a6 hanging. Yeah, pawn on a6 and hanging. But if you take, queen takes and attacking the bishop.
Right, exactly.
Oh my gosh, wait. And then now a4. And now he's just rolling on the queen side. Okay, some missed opportunities, but overall, yeah, looks like a great attack. So this is actually reversed game to what we see before. Like before, Anton
Right.
David was having this great position and okay, yeah, queen b5 actually. It's killing it.
I can infiltrate there. Those pawns look like they're gonna fall really quickly.
Yeah. So very quickly, wait, who else? So Peter Swidler against Vincent Keimer. Vincent won again the second game. I don't think we wait. I would prefer to go some other games also because we just focus on only on a few games. So maybe we go check what happened. Wait, but this is a different division. 1 second, that we're for now we're in division 2. Actually, the third game's already started. So interesting. Everything is happening. Okay, let's keep for now with Hikaru, yeah? With this match, let's keep with Hikaru. What is happening? And maybe we should remind chat. So if you would like, guys, if you want to ask some questions, or if you would like to check some games or position or something crazy is happening somewhere, you can let us know and we will jump there, right? So
Sounds good. Good time for questions, I think, too.
exactly. So yeah. Because this time of control, like blitz would be kind of too fast, but rapid is this time control where you have some time, but there is still not enough for so many games, to follow.
Right.
But,
right. 10-2 is very fast in my opinion. In general, it's very fast. I can see a lot of moves in slower time frames, but faster, not the easiest thing to keep up with.
So we have here Nimzo Indian. So bishop came to b4, but then Hikaru kicked it and traded. Took with the queen. So basically now white has bishop pair, which you like. Actually, this is this is an interesting idea. So this h6 is normally played,
Okay.
letting bishop come to g3. So like with g5,
Yeah.
bishop g3, and then knight
Yeah.
e4 is played. But
Oh, interesting. Okay.
yeah, but in this
But
position, maybe it's too much. Normally you
yeah,
play it when
I
the pawn is on
wonder.
e3.
Right. Plus, okay, if knight e4 was played, forking the bishop and the queen, move the
Yeah.
queen away and say that they take the bishop. We can take with the h pawn, right, and just open up that diagonal, the h, file for not diagonal h file for the rook. Maybe
Yeah,
there's
you mean
something there
like
then, right?
h5, bishop
We
g3,
have
knight
yeah,
e4.
exactly.
Let's say queen
Because
goes
otherwise, what's the
d3.
point of doing all of that, right?
Absolutely. I mean, that's.
And the h pawn is just weak, so it looks very scary.
I would be really
So
scared to play this,
yeah,
especially against Hikaru, you
I
know?
would not want to be in this position.
Oh my god. So yeah, bishop h4 was played, but actually the Yu Yang went for rather calmer continuation, like this knight c6, knight f3, and now he goes for g5. Okay, now he goes for our
Right.
idea, bishop g3 and knight e4. Now we see what
Yes.
we were talking about.
Okay. Now let's see what he is thinking about, because maybe there's something else here, because I just don't really understand taking the bishop move too much.
I think the
Or
point
is it
here is
just-
that there is also a 5. Oh, I just wanted to do an arrow and he played a move. That f5 is available.
Okay.
And
F5.
after knight is already on f3, there is no way white can play f3 attacking the knight.
Right.
So
Right.
that's why the
So
knight
that
on
knight
e4
can
is a
just
really
sit
nice
there adding
piece.
pressure. I see. That's yeah.
And now the point is that bishop has nowhere to move, and we don't want to take the bishop so
Right.
fast. So we can still take
Yeah,
time
this
as
makes
black.
sense. Right, because now there is no open file for the
Yeah.
rook.
But of course,
Because
it's
we have to
also
make an escape
risky.
here.
You know
Yeah.
why? Because white
Yeah.
can castle long and start creating
True.
something on the king side.
Right, but the bishop situation needs to be dealt with first, right? Because, I mean, I guess not really, because I'm thinking f4 is not too bad.
He goes for it. He takes the
Okay.
bishop. Okay, of course, Hikaru
Alright.
asks question.
Wait,
F takes g3.
why that pawn though?
What?
I'm so confused now.
I would take
Now
with the
e
h pawn.
is very weak. Yeah,
Even
the
I
h
would
pawn
take
made
with the
more
h
sense.
pawn.
Because I mean, now I'm looking at the e pawn, and it's not looking too good either in the long run.
Exactly.
So I'm just wondering what the idea here is, because I'm not seeing it.
I would just, if I was Hikaru, I would just take hg long castle, rook h5, rook h1, just pre-move and attack there on the on the h file. Yeah.
There's some sort of scheme coming. I don't know what it is.
But okay, he has his own reasons. He has his own ideas. Maybe he wants to castle short, which I would not
you're
do.
right.
I don't know.
Yeah. Castling short, I mean, with taking with the f pawn makes the most sense in my opinion.
Yeah, if you want to place the rook here.
Yeah.
But now also you have to be careful because e4 is a threat.
Yes.
And I mean, the question here is, white attacking the knight, and black can counterattack playing this e4.
Right.
And the question is if it's working or not. And seems like it's working because he plays it.
Right.
Wow. Okay. Interesting.
But now there's that open, file later as well. That e file. I don't know.
And remember you were talking about this e3 pawn?
Yeah.
It's kind of weak now.
It's very weak, yeah, and I think that, and there's a lot of counterplay there.
In this position, we have actually knight against bishop, but I love this bishop, which most likely will be on b7.
A very powerful bishop on that, open diagonal. Yeah.
Exactly.
But, engine still says this is equal, so...
Yeah, we would just trust evaluation bar. Like we of course, like if we face Hikaru, we just, I don't know, probably even with 30 seconds on the clock, he could beat us like when we have like 10 minutes.
Right. That's true. Exactly. So the question is, with black's position, what are their weaknesses here? What are we looking at?
I think that sometimes f5 could be a weakness, but But for now, it's protected.
Yeah. Well, how about something like e4?
E4 or
Because there is
G4
a
is
pin there.
indeed, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and now Black is saying you will not play E4. Now E4 is not possible, but G4
Right.
is a move, so
Still
G4 is
possible.
possible.
Yes.
But also this E3 is kind of weak, so I don't know if you would like to
Right.
bring the rook and protect or
Mm-hmm. I would
yeah.
like to see the rook on the e file.
Mm-hmm.
But then you'll see that a lot of, I think the play will happen around, e4 and f5 at this point. So I'm thinking bringing the rook in.
Yeah, the
And
other
what you were
rook, yeah.
mentioning, something like g4. There may be something there.
Yeah, I mean, for now it's a question whose weakness is weaker here, and of
Right.
course,
Well, definitely.
if we compare the light
Yeah. Yeah.
pieces, the bishop is dominating. Knight doesn't have too many squares, but okay, it's helping this
Right.
e4
Right.
push.
Yeah. Right now, I mean, it seems like the, e pawn is going to suffer a bit more, but obviously in the long run, there is that h6 pawn as well. And, an isolated pawn on a7 if this reaches endgame. I guess the double pawns too.
That's why
But at the moment, yeah.
also I think that Yuyangi doesn't take on b4 because he doesn't want to, even though he has his
Right.
doubled pawns, but he doesn't want to have that
Right.
weak pawn in a7.
Right, that's very smart.
Okay, for now there are no moves. Hikaru is just spending time just thinking what to do, what to do, what not to do, and we probably after this we should also check what is happening in the Division 3 because we have so many games Division 2, but there are also Division 3 like crazy.
Right, we need to look at those.
But
so far the games have been super interesting.
yeah, and we
Some of these
really would like to
positions.
watch these top boards because in this second division there is like someone like Hikaru and Anish Giri and Arunyan,
Yeah.
like really top players. But actually
Right.
it was very interesting that also one of the top players were playing yesterday, and I believe like after round 8 Fabiano Caruana withdrew from the tournament because he simply
Really?
lost a few games in a row. It was really tough to play, so like whenever these top guys have to face some 2600s,
Right.
they can sometimes not really stand. Like Hikaru yesterday was playing against
Yeah.
Denis Lazoviak, if I'm pronouncing correctly, like absolutely crushed to 0 out of 2, kicked down to the second division. Yeah, it was really, really harsh. And we see here bishop c6, interesting, and b5. Okay, but now actually black might not have this weakness.
Interesting.
So now,
Yes,
now
they
the position is closed on the queen side.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, not much action for now, but still, I would say there is a pressure for both opponents because black has to protect the 5, white has to make sure there is nothing happening on e3. There is still this really nice bishop targeting the g2 square, looking at the king side. So yeah, I mean,
I definitely want to see if there's some, some initiative later on around that e file and f file. I'm assuming there may be, but we'll see.
Yeah, maybe. Rook e5. Okay, so probably the idea is to protect the pawn and bring rook e8 to attack this.
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, more pressure on that e pawn.
Yeah, exactly.
How about, would something like knight to f3 work here? What do you think? I mean, because sure, the bishop is covering it, but then I don't think that white would complain to trade off that bishop for this knight.
Yeah, I also think that knight f3 is a candidate move, for sure we have in this position.
Right.
And what should black play on knight f3? Okay, he's not playing this knight f3. I'm just interested. Let's just try out knight f3. So what do you play with this? Okay, valuation were okay. Now it's kind of okay. Before it didn't like this move at all, but
right.
Oh, okay. I just realized we missed something huge.
What happened? What did you realize?
The bishop. Sorry. The
Oh,
bishop.
that four or yeah,
Yeah, so
that's
knight
wait,
cannot really
skewer.
move because knight is protecting this square. That's why Hikaru is playing a5.
Well,
And the Yuan is now tripling on the
mm-hmm,
e file, trying to create huge, huge
mm-hmm.
pressure on this e3 pawn.
Right,
Um, it's tough to defend, but you can always, bring even the king here. But you
right,
have to make sure this
right.
f4 doesn't work. I'm a little bit scared, for white because of this pawn. Because, of course, f5 is now fully protected. We have this powerful
Right,
bishop.
right.
And I don't think b6 works. I mean,
Yeah, I thought about b6, but I think it might be a little too slow because of the e3 pawn, you know?
yeah, exactly. And actually now
So I'm
it's
not
now it's
sure.
black to move. So um,
I
d5.
see.
Wow.
Okay, interesting.
d5 break. Okay.
That is an
Oh,
interesting.
if you take, I bring out my
Yeah,
bishop, right?
right, there's that. And then how about rook as well? Would work here?
Rook takes is absolutely, yeah, can
Mm-hmm.
happen.
Mm-hmm.
And
That doesn't seem
that.
too pleasant either.
Oh, actually, you're absolutely right. You know what happens after rook takes? The problem
Mm-hmm.
is wherever queen
Mm-hmm.
goes, what are we going to
Right.
play here?
Yeah, this is so what's the play here, I guess?
There is
Does black just
this.
like oh, I see, but does black just like can they just like double up again and continue pressuring that e-pawn here? Or
You
is there something else
you
here?
can
Oh,
double
is
up,
it
but
just
there is a
rook
crushing
takes
move. There is a
knight?
crushing
I'm
move.
assuming it's rook takes knight, right? And then
Exactly.
queen, and then queen takes rook.
Absolutely. So that's
So
why your
that's
move
unfortunate.
sorry, rook takes d5 was the best in this
Mm,
position because you want actually doesn't matter where the queen goes, you takes and then
right.
take the rook.
Yeah, it's still gonna happen just because
Wow.
of
And b6 was
wow.
played. Wait, blunder? What?
It's a blunder. Wait, now why is this a blunder? I'm curious here. You know, a part of me thinks, what if D4 is played too?
Yeah, d4
D4 to me
actually
seems a
makes a
little
lot of
scary.
sense.
Yeah, because I looked at that earlier and I'm like, that doesn't exactly look too
Mm,
good.
but I think, what is happening if like takes, knight takes and some kind
Yeah,
of a pin, pinning the rook
right,
or pinning the
right.
queen. It looks also very suspicious for white.
Yeah. It seems like white just is, yeah, there's just a lot of pins involved here, against white. Like that line we just
Yeah.
went through earlier too.
a6?
Oh,
Okay,
interesting.
interesting. He's
Okay.
not taking. What was the problem with just take?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought the queen, defends it and it's just fine. Apparently, it's very good for black, so it's interesting.
Mm. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
I wonder
really
what they
I'm
were
really
thinking.
confused here because you just take, you bring the pawn closer, but now after this a6, it's kind of
Mhm. Right.
rook c1. Wait a second, what is happening? Like evaluation is constantly jumping up and down, up and down. Wait, so let's go back. In this position, it was saying black is slightly better. Okay, clearly better actually. Here it was some maybe small miss. Here it's a blunder, and here
Mhm.
black apparently is winning.
Right. It's so
Uh,
interesting. This is considered a complete blunder here. That's the thing.
okay, I
Not a
think that
mistake blunder.
yes, take or take here. You can take, and
Right.
you just in the next move push d4 or take on c4. I would just
Yeah,
grab the
yeah.
pawn, but then rook c4 again, and now d4. Wow, your move. D4 was played. Finally,
Yeah.
Yuani
It's
heard you.
especially after moving the rook to c1, and
Yeah,
now d4 is even stronger.
exactly.
And no, I wonder now. What does white do here? Bring the rook back? Like, what
Mm-hmm.
is curious? Or do you think that again, like, mm,
What do you mean? So that
I'm wondering, with white, right? I guess I was thinking again, maybe in the knight move, but I don't think that does anything here.
yeah, he played queen c2, but yeah, I don't know if
Mm-hmm.
knight moves. There is always this bishop e4, and also this pawn is hanging. You just have to cover everything.
Yeah.
Queen e2, kind of trying to protect the pawn, but isn't it just winning if I take? Like,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well here. If take, isn't that just winning for black or for white? No, sorry, black.
for black, yeah.
My brain is
Evaluations
scrambled.
were saying
But
yes,
yeah.
it's winning.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
those pawns became a huge problem very quickly, and you saw this whole game, the e-pawn just again, that e-pawn was the problem. That isolated pawn in the middle game. It just caused a lot of issues for white,
yeah, absolutely.
especially because, black was able to gang up on it basically and just bring
Yeah.
both the rooks, the queen, you know,
Okay,
it's
he takes the pawn.
not
He
fun,
takes the
not
pawn.
pleasant.
Okay, but this knight is very sad. Just look at this knight.
I know, it is very sad.
We were talking before,
So,
knights can be really tricky, but not in this case.
no, not. I didn't think so. I think because the knight has been sitting in the second and seventh, or the second and third rank the whole game for the most part, that it just doesn't
Yeah.
do much there, right? It's more defensive on those ranks. So, yeah, that being said, you could not use the knight to its complete abilities in this game.
Yeah, and we have actually Hikaru leading with 2 points. So what does it mean for a match? So if Yu Yang doesn't win right now, then he's actually losing this round and he's going to the losers
Okay.
brackets. So
Okay.
he desperately needs to win this game to try to win the next one and play Armageddon against Hikaru, which is of course going to
Right.
be very tough.
Right.
Um,
Hmm. It seems like that E3 pawn right now is defending that queen a little bit though, because there's definitely a
yeah,
problem on G2 at this point. We knew that that was coming sometime.
yeah.
And so, like you mentioned earlier, and
Yeah, but right now, that
hmm,
I think the whole point will be that the knight
right,
is really bad there on f1, and the bishop is super strong with all this kind of threats.
right.
There is also f4, like you can basically block the knight over there in the box. Okay, knight still
Well,
can
that's
go out
very
from
true.
h2. Um,
Oh, interesting. Okay.
so meanwhile, actually, I'm getting information that Vincent Keimer won 3-0 against Peter Swidler. So we looked, he won 2 games. He won the
Okay.
third one, and he's moving actually to the quarterfinals. So basically, everyone who is playing now in the Division 2, who is winning right now, they're not playing today anymore. So we are going to follow those games tomorrow. They are moving
Okay.
to quarterfinals. And the Vincent Keimer is one of those who made it, the first. So
Yay.
yeah, and actually there's going to be first Armageddon
Uh-huh.
between Grishuk and Dubov in Division 3. Maybe we could also check it after this game, what is going to happen there. Really interesting. So many games. So little
So this is
time.
gonna be a very, very dumb question, but I totally forgot what Armageddon means. So you have to tell me.
Of course, it's good always to ask questions,
I had to
because
ask
there are also
her.
many
Yeah,
people who
I
are like, "What is this
again very
Armageddon?"
new.
So basically, you can literally always play draws against each other, and then there will be no
Yeah.
like way to decide who is winning or who is losing. So that's why Armageddon was
Okay.
invented, which means that
Sudden death?
sorry.
How does it work? Is it
So
like
yeah,
sudden death?
so basically, white plays with lower time,
Uh-huh.
but black has the draw odds. Oh, Yu Yang wins this
Okay.
game. Yu Yang wins this game. It means Yu Yang still has a chance. Maybe we
Okay.
go to the Armageddon. And then I'm going to explain also what what it
Okay,
means.
yeah. I think I slightly remember because I was learning about it and like what you were mentioning, right? If black draws, do they win in that case if they
Exactly.
draw?
Black has
Okay,
the draw odds,
okay.
so it means that if black draws, then it wins. And we have here
Hmm.
actually Dubov with white against Grishuk with black. And I got an information that Grishuk beat time was 8 minutes. And Dubov
Hmm.
beat time was 8:34. So basically, the players are bidding on the time they would like to play
Right,
with, and Grishuk
right.
won because he
Okay,
had lower time.
okay.
And he chooses the color. So when you bid and
Uh-huh.
you bid lower time, you win, and then you choose the color. So with 8 minutes, he chose black. So now he has draw odds. It's actually really nice because the
Wow.
players had 4 draws
Hmm.
before.
Yeah,
Um, so wait, let me go a little
it
bit
was
back
so
because I
interesting.
just didn't understand what was this opening. It's actually something interesting. I have no idea, by the way, what is this? This e3, d3. Maybe it's some moment c4. Yeah, c4.
Hmm.
Maybe it's some kind of like, I don't know, English. It's hard to say because. Um, okay, now it's. Oh, sorry. I forgot the evaluation bar. Now we can see
Hmm.
and know
Okay.
who's better here. Okay. So yeah, we see that white has some space on the queen side, but black
Yes.
has this very, very nice pieces, knight on e4 and bishop on f4.
Yes. Would it? Hmm. Well, I guess I was thinking knight takes possibly, but then it would be a problem potentially with
Then the bishop
you
can, or
know,
pawn, probably pawn would take
yes,
even, yeah.
probably pawn and then, attack that knight.
Yeah.
Well, it's now double defended. Yeah, that knight is very well placed.
And actually now f4 is being played, so like really nice.
Right.
Okay, trading some pieces, and
Mm-hmm.
this is a current position.
Mm-hmm.
This is currently a position. We can see evaluation bar prefers black, but let's try to understand what's the whole
Mm-hmm.
point. Actually, white just won a pawn. Yes,
I mean, there's
wait. White
also
has
with
just
black.
no. He didn't win a pawn.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Dubov sacrificed a rook because so desperate in this
Yeah.
position, so he has to
Right.
win this game.
Yeah, and I know that sometimes, despite, a piece being stronger, like the rook versus knight, it makes sense to sacrifice the rook because of
Exactly.
how positionally well placed that knight is. It causes problems. And now, there's definitely a huge threat on f3 as well here, or f2 after, right? That knight can't easily move.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's quite problematic for white. So, with that, would it be considered a battery technically, or is a battery when the queen is behind the rook? Curious.
I mean, here
Like
it's
with the
like
lineup there.
more a battery when we are
Uh-huh.
having like a queen and a bishop, then
Yeah.
it's kind of a battery, but this would be like some
Yeah.
discovered attack or something. Ah, you mean like in
Mhm.
this
Yeah,
case?
with in that case, yeah, with those two rooks and
Kind
queen
of a
lined up.
battery too, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Because, or maybe not a battery, but X-ray rather, like it's X-raying
Uh-huh.
the
Right.
position
Yeah.
and looking at this weak f2 pawn. So yeah, what we can say here, black is up on
Mhm.
exchange, having really
Mhm.
strong pieces, even though white has this bishop pair, but
Mhm.
like be honest, would you like such bishop pair in this position?
Yeah, it's a little rough, and I mean, it's
Yeah, I
I mean,
think.
that knight again is very, very nicely placed. It's not easy to attack, right? It's an outpost for the knight.
Yeah, I mean the
So it's
problem is that
doing a
bishops
lot.
here are pretty
They're
bad,
blocked,
right? Yeah.
right? And it's not easy, right, to even unblock it. Like d5 would not be the
Mm-hmm.
best. Wait, potentially if we move the knight away, right? Open up that diagonal for the light square bishop, and then
Mm-hmm. But you have to always be careful with this f2
okay,
square. Like once you play
that's
knight
true.
e5,
Yeah.
then knight
Well,
takes a
that's why I'm
bishop.
wondering if there's a way to defend that pawn so we can move
Yeah,
that knight away.
I mean you can play bishop e3. Okay, actually you cannot play bishop
Uh-huh.
e3 because rook is protecting the knight. So it's very, very tough. It's
Okay, so basically, yeah, it's one of those tricky like white is a little stuck here.
I think, one of
I'm
the
getting.
ideas which might be for white is create some kind of a passer, but
Right.
yeah, it's not really that realistic because of the hull pressure
Yeah.
on the f2 and f3 squares. And also, Dubov is approaching lower time. Like now he has half a
Right.
minute. Rishuk has 1 minute, so it's like, yeah, not so well. Okay, bishop d6. It's saying it's some kind of a miss, but
Interesting. I wonder what could have been played here.
I mean, probably it was something. Oh, okay, wait. G4 happened. Oh my god, the king came.
Wow.
I was actually saying
Okay, wow.
if you can attack the knight with a third piece, it would be really nice. And the knight
No,
came, the king came.
wow.
Okay, there is also c7 threat. Ooh, nice. You're taking the
Yeah,
pawn and
removing
then
the
you.
defender here.
Oh,
That,
yeah. But you know what? The material is getting very limited.
yeah, right.
But okay, draw is not enough for white. It's at least a draw. Ooh,
Wow, Black
he blundered a
blundered.
pawn. But okay, as I'm saying, the position is like
Yeah.
black is not losing.
Not an easy one. Yeah, it's not an easy one to win though.
Yeah,
So,
like
so
we have to realize that it's Armageddon game and white
right.
has to
Oh, that's
win to
very
move
true.
forward, and for black draw is simply
Right.
enough.
Right. So you're right. So white does have to win here,
But
which doesn't look like it's likely to happen at this point. So, especially at the low time as well.
okay, now
But
there
who
is some
knows?
kind of a chance to try to push this pawn, but at some
Right.
moment you just sacrifice the rook for a bishop.
So low on time.
Oh yeah, that's just takes,
Wow,
and you
okay,
can
they
just take
managed.
this pawn.
Yeah, you never know with these games, it seems. They just somehow
Oh, wait a second. Yeah, you just take this pawn. And that's a draw,
yeah.
and that's how Grishuk moves forward, drawing this game. Crazy game, right?
Right. That's
I mean,
crazy.
it was a crazy game.
All these games they very much surprise me. It's interesting seeing how,
Yeah.
such top-rated players play.
Yeah, it was indeed very, very
Variation goes up and
close.
down.
Yeah.
The moves are very interesting because sometimes, or a lot of times, it doesn't even seem like they make the obvious move per se. There's a lot of creative moves, in my opinion, that end up
Yeah,
working out,
absolutely.
So a lot of different sequences, very interesting sequences.
Okay, maybe just to update about the Division 3.
Yeah.
We have James Santos who beat Kirill Shevchenko with 2.5 points. So he's moving forward, and yeah. What else happened? I believe. Wait. What happened in this match? Safarli won against Bortnik. So that's what we also have. And okay, all other matches in Division 3 are still being played. There are still no other games which finish. Or Bogdan Daniel Diak. What happened here? Wait, if we go here. Oh, actually, 2.5 we see that Nikita Meshkovs won against Bogdan Daniel Diak. And 3-0 Kartikeyan. It was actually Indian match. I was wondering where are all the Indians playing, because there are so many best players in India. Like there is a Kukesh, we have Pragnanda, we have Arjun. Where are all they playing? And I didn't see, and I saw only that Satraman was playing against Kartikeyan, and Kartikeyan won. So just to update the results of the Division 3, and maybe it's the best for us to go back to Hikaru and see what is happening there.
Right.
Okay, so this was a game which we looked at earlier. This was a game number 3, and now they're playing game number 4. So the result currently is 2-1. The score is 2-1. And basically the draw is enough for Hikaru to go forward.
Right. And so what if Yang Yi wins here? Is that how you pronounce his name or his last name?
Yeah, Yang Yi, exactly. Yeah. So basically, if he wins, then they will have 2-2, and we will see another Armageddon. And I'm always rooting for Armageddon. You
Fair
want two
enough.
games,
It's
keep on going, keep on
so
going.
what do we know about Yang Yi, by the way? You know, I know Hikaru. I think everybody knows
Um,
him, but
yeah, so Yu Yanyi, he was winning the World
hmm
Blitz or wait, no, he won actually World Cup, but I
hmm
don't remember the year, so that's what I
Okay,
know about
interesting.
him. I believe it in 2011. Maybe someone can help me help me about that, but yeah, so he's actually very no, he didn't. He won. He was in.
Yeah.
He didn't win it, but he was in. Wait.
Yeah, I agree. We
He
need
was he
Hikaru
was
face
really
cam.
playing really well. Like I completely forgot because I actually have been commentating on Bill Chess Festival. He was
Uh-huh.
playing there a couple of times.
Uh-huh.
Um, the thing is that he's Olympic champion with China, and he was in semifinals. Okay,
Okay.
yeah, sorry. So he was not winning
Okay.
World Cup, but he was in semifinals. Yes, exactly. So I mean, he's a top player. He's always having like this
hmm
2700 plus rating.
Yeah.
Um, Obviously, for Chinese players, it has been
hmm
not so easy to travel and play tournaments because of the COVID.
Right.
There has been a lockdown
Right.
for a long time. Like we had already locked down, I think, till maybe
hmm
2021, but in China it was still there for a couple of more
Right.
years. So literally this year, maybe more players started to traveling and play tournaments.
Yeah. Have
So
those
it was
restrictions still been in place? I have not been keeping up with that. Or did you just mention that they've
uh,
recently been lifted? I know that they were very strict there.
Yeah, I mean it was really strict. The people could not leave the apartment. Like it was very
Yeah.
strict. I know personally
Yeah.
like a few chess players, like girls from Germany
hmm
who actually
hmm
used to live in Germany and they came like basically to visit family there and they couldn't leave. They couldn't go back to Germany where they actually had
Yeah.
a
I heard
residence.
about that. Yeah. Wow.
Um,
That's extremely strict.
yeah, exactly. So he is yeah. He's a really strong player, also in the fast
hmm
controls. Um,
Right.
but okay, Hikaru is Hikaru, and first game,
hmm
let's recall it. Yuan Yi was completely winning, right? And
hmm
maybe he had this Hikaru effect that he caught it, and he's like
Perhaps he
he
was
blundered.
completely winning. And then we saw some very interesting moves.
Okay, we see a
And now we're seeing
blunder.
another very interesting move. What
We
is
see a
going on
very
here?
interesting move, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So knight to c3.
Sorry.
Knight to c3.
Yeah, knight to c3.
Knight back
Computer is
to
saying
c3.
it's a blunder. Um,
Right.
what
There
can
must be
black do now?
something. Right. Let me think here.
I don't really, I don't really have any
Oh,
idea.
is there something like rook to b6 possible? And some sort of sequence there? I'm not exactly sure.
Wow,
Oh,
what? I'm
wow.
sorry. What? Look at this.
Wait, can you go back one move again? I want to see this. So that is a brilliant move. So this bishop sack actually
Wow.
works.
Wait a moment. Oh my God. You have a rook on the sixth rank, and you have a queen, which might go there.
That's
And
true.
oh,
That's true.
so
I
even
was thinking
though,
too short-sighted because that is so much better. Open up that G file and bring the rook on G6 eventually, or even right away. That's amazing.
yeah. So basically, even though the knight is standing here and queen cannot
Right,
capture instantly the pawn on
right,
h3, you're probably just
right.
jumping with the knight away.
But
So
then
can
there is
can white
I
actually
wonder,
take?
yeah, what's the line there? Because bishop, if, they take with the pawn.
Okay, he didn't take. So let's see if
Yeah, if
gh
he took.
happens.
What if then
Then we just
something like,
jump
yeah,
somewhere with the knight.
right, like bring the rook. Wait, what if we bring the rook in first? And then, right, like rook check. And then now that knight, right? What if we play knight c5? Is there something there?
Yeah, I mean knight c4.
possibly. I wonder. I mean, it would lose the knight,
Wait
but
a
I was
second.
thinking, what if there's a way to get
I'm so sorry. There is also
mm,
this one, this
there's also
bishop.
pin,
There
yeah.
is not only queen, but there is also a bishop, and there is e4 even instantly. Like you can push e4.
Yeah.
Oh my god, so many moves.
Yeah.
And then you can play this knight
Now you can
c5.
play it, and then now that's just a complete disaster. Well, would you take here first, the knight? Or maybe you just don't have to.
But then
Is
there
it?
is a checkmate. You cannot take the knight. Or you mean for...
Oh, because I was thinking if queen takes on h3, right?
No,
Knight
now
can
it's
fall
white
back
to
on
move. Now
h.
white has somehow to protect maybe knight g1.
Right.
Sorry.
Well, because white queen is hanging
Ah, yeah,
here.
you're right. Queen is...
So
But it's a
yeah, that's
checkmate
why I
here.
was
It's a checkmate in two threads, so...
yeah, and that's why I was thinking, with the queen hanging, they can't defend easily here without losing that queen.
Absolutely,
So
like a brilliance is spotted very fast here.
mhm. Mm,
Bishop a3, wow.
yeah. That just rook on a6, is just
It's so powerful.
too good. Yeah, it's too good.
Just imagine it being on a8 and pawn on a7. Like it
Right.
would do nothing, but
Right. I wonder how the valuation bar would change if that rook was on a8. Probably, I don't think the stack would
yeah.
work if
I
that
don't
was the
think it would
case. It
work.
only
Yeah,
works.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So, okay, so basically now black won a pawn for nothing.
Hmm.
So there is like an extra pawn and actually a bishop pair also. And potentially some kind of, f5 can also be there. But you have to make sure there are no like knight jumps on c5. Okay,
Right,
d6 is
right,
not really possible, but c5. So,
right.
okay, queen d1, rook d6.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean there is for sure some
Hmm.
some attack here. The rook is looking
Hmm.
at the king, and the bishops are looking in that direction, including the queen.
Yeah, those bishops are extremely scary. Like we were discussing that bishop pair, especially lined up like that with the rook as well on that G file. I mean, there's so much initiative here.
Yeah,
I reckon it'd be very difficult to defend.
you're absolutely right. Like in this case, there is always f5 and
Right,
e4 push to open the bishops. Even though the pawn is standing for
right,
now on e5, there is always e4 push at some
right.
moment. And wait, evaluation bar is completely down, and it's saying that
Hmm.
okay, now it's going slightly up. So before maybe there was some kind of a
Okay,
move, some immediate move for black. But
right.
I feel like bishop a7 is also a good move because it's asking some
Hmm.
questions. If you move the rook,
Sure, yeah,
let's say to e2, the knight would hang.
yeah.
So
Yeah, I was about to say, how about c5? It does give up the pawn, and then I guess then that queen is just, again,
the question if you would like to take this
Yeah.
pawn with this bishop, because this bishop is really bad.
Yeah.
Like in
Yeah,
this position, if you trade
yes,
the bishops,
right.
this bishop was so strong on b8 and a7,
It was. I guess you can always just bring the bishop back to b8 because
yeah,
you're right,
exactly.
white's bishop is not doing anything. It doesn't make sense to trade off that bishop. Plus, you got the bishop pair. Gives you a lot of chances.
Yeah, now Hikaru is bringing the bishop there to attack this g2
Hmm.
pawn. f5,
Hmm.
f4 is always a threat, so Yuan
Right,
decides to be more active, bringing the queen there, not
right.
allowing this f5.
See, that's smart because once those pawns come,
Yeah,
what's the right word? Not
pawns
sprinting
rolling
like a
or
storm, Yeah, I guess.
pawns
Did you
waterfall
say
or
strolling? Did you say strolling? That's hilarious. But yeah, once they come down, it gets really scary.
it looks like a
So,
pawn snowball or something like this. When you're doing a snowman and you're just rolling, rolling.
yeah. Oh,
But
exactly.
But also the pawn on e5 is under
Hmm.
attack, so of
Hmm.
course, like black is still up a pawn, black still has a huge pressure here. There is a bad piece on a3, literally has no moves.
Hmm.
Like there is no
Right.
bishop b2, bishop
Wonder,
b4. Like
yeah, how can white make that piece better? It seems like the only thing is maybe b4 or
yeah, you're
something, trying
right.
to get that bishop on c3.
Yes, but now actually there
But
is also
then,
en passant available, but you have to be careful
right,
because when you're bringing the
right.
beast there to b6,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's something what Yu Yang
That's
wants. But
very
yeah, b4 is
scary.
indeed the move. I would say
Right,
b4
Wow,
should be the
Jai pieces
best, yeah,
chess
and
pawn
he's
for
playing it.
16 months.
right.
16.
Yeah, I thought b4, and then how about a4? Would that be a pass pawn to worry about later?
a4.
Well, then I guess, yeah, a4.
So then basically white and black would both
Mm-hmm.
have like this
Both have pass
protected
pawn.
passer, and potentially in
Right,
the pawn endgame they would have this,
right.
opportunity to
So, yeah.
rook g5. Wow, where does a queen go?
Hmm.
Yeah, I think rook g5 with this idea of f5, f4 is really
Right.
strong. Now where to put the queen? Queen e2. Okay, so there is
Mm-hmm.
still a problem with this pawn,
Right.
but you can go actually bishop b8 and protect it, yeah?
Yeah, and I mean, you do want to move that bishop, right? Because right now it's not staring at us, the c pawn. So maybe it's a chance to bring in that
Wow,
bishop to a more
Dutch Days
powerful
chess pawn for
diagonal as
20
well.
months. Angeli 118 high Jai piece. If yours works, I
Yeah.
hope mine also works
What if,
now.
no. Well, I was thinking, what if knight to e4, blocking off that bishop, attacking the rook? I wonder if, because that rook on g5 is quite problematic. I wonder if there's a way that we can, or white can trade it off here.
The only problem is that it's like right now it's black to move, like in a black. Okay, but probably something
Right.
like bishop b8 looks like a,
Yeah.
looks like a move
If bishop
protecting.
b8, I wonder if knight e4
Oh, he took
works
actually
here.
on b4.
Oh,
He
interesting.
took and played queen g4, attacking the bishop
Well, how about rook to... Oh, that's right. The bishop's there too, so...
and kind of attacking the queen.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So you can trade the queens off the board
Right.
and
Right.
take the pawn. But wait, if you take the pawn, then the bishop is actually hanging. Wait a second. Aha.
Right.
So the
So-
trick is that after queen g4 or rook g4, that if you move the bishop wherever, the pawn is lost. So you're losing a pawn. Because if bishop a3, there is b4
Yeah.
and bishop
Right.
can take.
Right.
But
So-
queen g4, rook g4, and knight e4, actually your move
Yeah.
blocking
Blocks
this.
off that bishop and, get rid of it.
Yeah, actually it's a perfect move in
Yeah.
this position to try to hold because these bishops are really bis and
Yes.
wow.
So
F5,
trying to just block them
counterattack
off.
f3.
Yeah. Yeah, that's well, f3 is... Wait, was f3 played after that move?
Yeah, so first f5 attacking the
F3.
knight
Okay.
and then f3 attacking
Okay.
the rook. Rook goes
Yeah.
away and
Well-
now knight is free to jump.
Right.
Okay.
How come the knight... I was gonna say why the knight didn't jump to d6, but I guess there's a trick there,
After
possibly.
knight d6,
with
I was
taking.
thinking there is some
Yeah,
rook d6.
Rook takes and
pawn
then an
takes.
exchange. But would that be
Oh,
the worst thing?
Actually,
I'm
no,
just
actually
scared.
not, because there is even f4. So rook knight d6, rook
Yeah.
d6, and then there is
Yeah.
f4, and yeah, you're taking with the
Oh.
pawn. So this f3 opened this diagonal.
Mhm.
Okay, let's. There are moves have been played. Okay, so. Okay,
Yeah.
King f2 was the last move. Boss players, no, actually not boss players, but only Yu Yang Yi's down to 10
Yeah.
seconds. Hikaru has almost 1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so e4 was pushed, de, and bishop f4, okay. Interesting. So probably he wants to take, and then
Right,
take on
take.
e4
And then that falls, right?
first.
So would it make sense to take the knight here? Yes. Okay.
So Hikaru is making it smart because he's keeping
Mhm.
the same color bishops. Because if he would take with
Okay.
this bishop, then there would be opposite
Right.
color bishop, and potentially the endgame
More withdraw, right?
it would be like equal, yeah.
Yeah.
I underscore
Makes
Pete's
a lot of
just became
sense.
chess pawn.
Yeah. So in this position, oh, this pawn is.
Oof.
Wait, bishop b4.
Oh.
Bishop. Wait. This is actually bishop b. Oh no, it's a check. Oh,
Oh.
I thought actually that you can.
Wait.
Oh,
Interesting.
interesting. Yeah. I saw that you could have just taken and taken the pawn, but there was a trick. There was this check. Oh no,
Right.
no one saw this check. Okay. Yeah, this looks like yeah, this is going to be
That looks like
a
a win
victory for
for.
black.
Yep.
Yeah. For sure. Okay, let's put it that way that for sure white
Mhm.
cannot win this game, and for Yang it would be important to win to go forward, and he's not winning this
Mhm.
game just with one bishop. So
Mhm.
basically we can already say
So
Hikaru is
yeah, that's true.
he won this match, and he is
Mhm.
coming to the winners brackets. Okay.
Okay. Intense game.
Yeah. Okay, I got actually some information that Sarana against
Yeah.
Chris Yu are going to play or playing right now Armageddon game.
Okay.
And there was an actually a very interesting beat. I would suggest we don't look this game because it's going to be a win for Hikaru or draw, and he's actually in. So,
Right.
so I
We
would say
know
we
now,
go
yeah. You're right.
to the game. I think it was in Division 2. 1 second, let me try to find it. Here. Sarana against you. Oh, we actually just caught it in the last part of the game, so I think
Mhm. It's looking drawish right now.
yeah, it looks very drawish. And
Mhm.
just interesting information about the beats that Sarana beat 7 minutes 49 seconds and
Okay.
Chris beat 8 minutes. So, sometimes beating
Yeah.
slightly lower than the minute is actually a
Yeah.
winning. I remember that many times Hikaru was winning with beating like
Uh-huh.
8 minutes and 59 seconds, or he beat
Uh-huh.
like 8 minute 58 seconds, and someone beat 8 minutes 59 seconds, so just winning by 1 second
Wow.
of the time. But okay,
Well, now
it's a draw for sure here. And yeah, of course US has to try till the last second
Yeah.
in case something happens, but of course
Right.
theoretically nothing can happen. Practically it's still
Unless somebody
possible,
messes up
but
here
yeah,
somehow. But
like
yeah.
so fast.
But-
And they're playing.
Right. Oh my
God.
gosh.
Oh my god, so fast.
It's like Tetris, It's just the
Yeah.
pieces moving.
Okay.
Really
So
quickly.
Sarana won. So he's moving forward, and yeah, we're going to still have
All right.
another match. So for now, the
Mhm.
losers who lost the game, they're still staying, so they're not out of the event. So in Division 3, they're still playing the losers brackets, and if they lose the second
Okay.
time, then they're going away. Okay. So
Well, this is okay.
so
Well,
one
it
moment.
looks.
I don't understand what happened with.
I think he ran out of time, right? So
Yeah, okay.
yeah.
So
So
I'm just, I would like to update some results. So we have
okay, perfect.
Geary against Jeffrey Xonta. There is a 2-2. So they should play Armageddon. Then Livon Aronian against David Anton. 3-0 Livon Aronian with 3-0, not 3-0, 3-1. He beat David Anton, losing first game and then coming back, winning 3 in a row. Really nice. Okay, we already discussed that Vincent Keimer won 3-0 against Peter Swidler, and there is no sense to play fourth game, obviously. There is also 2.5 to half point. Artemiev won against Haik Martirosyan. And we have here as well the match actually still happening, still going on, the fourth game. Current score is 2-1. So for Benjamin Bock is leading. He won one game and there has been 2 draws, and now it's the fourth game.
Mhm.
So what do we have here? Wow, such a material
Right.
imbalance.
It is so interesting. So we have a queen versus a rook and a knight.
Yeah.
What do you think about positions like this? Technically the rook and, the knight. Oh wow.
Wow.
There was a miss there. Okay.
Okay, there have been so many misses, but because players are lower in time, I mean
Right.
it's really tough to play these material imbalances
Right.
positions, because even though you know that
Hmm.
theoretically you should have more chances because you have this rook
Right.
and the knight and two
Yeah.
pawns, rather than the queen
Mhm.
alone, but it's very hard,
It is
especially when
because
you're
of the piece.
playing
Right.
this important tournament and you have really
Right.
high
Exactly.
stakes.
It's not the easiest thing, when it comes to coordinating two pieces, especially with how powerful the queen is, right? It's able to just move alongside the open board. It's
Yeah, exactly.
tricky.
But here feels like g6 or something. Wait,
Oh,
what? There
wow.
was some. Wait, there was some. Oh my god, there was a
Well, because
huge
you blundered the
blunder.
rook,
Let me go
right?
back to that.
Yeah, you blundered the rook here.
Yes, but
Wait.
he wanted to promote, but the whole point is that
Okay,
there is
fair
queen
enough.
b2.
There's that.
Oh my god.
So he blundered the
But
rook
okay,
then, yeah.
everything is so low
So,
on time. Of course, he didn't see
oh
it
my
because
gosh.
they're playing with the
Yeah,
last seconds. Uh, oh my god.
see, this is why the queen is so difficult to play against. Like you'll miss things like that in a fast game.
Yeah, exactly. But in this position, like Benjamin is happy also with a draw because he
Right,
won the game already, and
right. That is true. And, black is trying, but
yeah,
keep
but
getting checked.
okay, draw is fine,
Okay.
absolutely. Actually, now
I feel like
king
white can
is kind of
checkmate
king
here now.
escape from the checks. King
Yeah.
escape from the checks,
Yeah. Oh my
and
gosh.
you just take a
Okay,
pawn. Yes, and it's a yeah,
that's so crazy.
yeah.
Wow. Absolutely
Okay,
wild.
okay. GG, good match. So we have Benjamin Borg. Doesn't matter if he wins or
Mhm.
draws this game. It's actually in the winners brackets. So we're going to have probably updated score now. Wait, it's not.
Congratulations to Benjamin.
Yeah, 3-1, 3-1. Yeah, congratulations. And now he's staying. And actually, it's um, wait, it's a Division 1, so it's right. Yeah, I think it's a Division 1. It's not Division 2. We can actually quickly go to the.
Hmm.
Just 1 second, I'll put ourselves.
Sure, no worries.
And I will
Why
show
don't we
you guys the
why don't we make some time
brackets
for
which we're
questions
having
soon
here.
too?
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Why don't we make some time for questions soon as well? We
Yeah,
have
exactly.
3 chats to keep up with. We if anybody has any questions
Yeah, exactly. So
or
if
anything.
you guys have any questions to us, to the event, to any
Mhm.
games, we're there to answer. So I would like just to show you the brackets, how it all looks now. It is you can see the brackets of the Division 2.
Okay.
So basically we can see that Vincent Keimer won here.
Hmm.
We can see that Artemiev won, Levon Aronian
Hmm.
won, and wait a second. Where is it? Wait. Here, Hikaru. Okay, it's not updated here, but Hikaru won basically here.
Right.
So we're going to have just one match today. Tomorrow we're going to have quarterfinals. So
Okay.
then the players are going to see. Okay, I just have to refresh the brackets. 1 second. There we're going to have the updated results. Sorry for a little bit. Yes, here. So we have currently the good results. So we're going to have the Armageddon game, Geary against Jeffrey Song. We're waiting for that game. Otherwise, all the results are there. So Vincent Keimer is waiting for this opponent. Otherwise, we have already the pairings for tomorrow. Samuel Tersakian will play against Benjamin Bok. Artemiev will face Nakamura. We have Sam Sevian who is going to play against Levon Aronian. It is going to be a US match tomorrow. So yeah, I would
Yeah.
say we go back and see if we have the game of if we have a game Anish Giri against Jeffrey Song, because I think they should start in a moment. Yeah, we
Perfect.
have actually the game. Yeah, 1 second. We have a game. So yeah, do we have some questions from the chat?
Yeah, good time for questions. Anybody, 1 second. I am switching through chats right now. Good question, Tom. I met Angelika just 2 days ago, I think. Was it yesterday or 2 days ago? But she's from Germany, so we stream different times.
But we are almost sisters, almost.
Almost, yes.
Because you have Ukrainian roots, right?
I do, yeah.
And I'm
And
actually
so do
from
you.
Ukraine, so we're
Are you
almost
are you full
sisters.
Ukrainian? I didn't ask you, but I think you are, right? Both parents are Ukrainian?
Yeah. I'm from Ukraine. I was born in Ukraine. I moved to Germany like 6 years
Mm-hmm.
ago. So yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. I've always wanted to visit Germany, so I am jealous.
Oh, but maybe you should some moment, think about playing some European
Hmm.
tournament, and then you can do some
Yeah,
European
that
tour,
would
like,
be a smart idea,
and then you're
definitely.
welcome here to
Definitely.
be
Have
to
you
be
played in any
guest.
US tournaments?
I have not been to US
Mm.
yet, and yeah, but I would love to
Okay.
one day, yeah, for sure. Just maybe some interesting information about this match. So
Mhm.
we have here a Armageddon game, and as we had before, we had these bits, which are very
Hmm.
very interesting, because in this case, Jeffrey beat 7 minutes and 22 seconds. It's actually pretty
Hmm.
low. Like, remember previous we had previous beats like around
Right,
8 minutes, and now we had
right.
7 minutes 22 seconds. It's already much lower, and actually, Anish beat 6 minutes and 48 seconds. So you can see that okay, maybe you cannot see it right now, but he started with this time, because currently we see the current time of the
Yeah.
players. We cannot go back to see the previous time, but he actually started with a 6 minutes and 48 seconds.
Hmm.
Incredible, right?
This is very incredible.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he chose, of course, to play black. He chose to
Hmm.
play
Hmm.
for a draw, because of course it's logical, because previous results were
Right,
all draws, but look at this position.
right.
Look at this position. I mean, white is up on exchange. But okay, there is still one pawn for, like, there is a one pawn and bishop for a rook.
Right.
Is it enough though?
Right. I don't know. I think that you could just coordinate your rooks very well and also just, I don't know. I'm thinking, let's see here.
Just a question, just I saw in the chat that asking about my rating. So I have, like, my
Hmm.
current rating is 2030, the FIDE rating. My top rating was 2086. I was
Hmm.
almost getting the chance to get Women FIDE Master. It was 1 year ago exactly, but unfortunately, I didn't make it. So it's my current goal, to get this
You'll
title.
get
It
there.
would be really great.
Yeah,
I hope
you'll
I can get
definitely
it
get
this
there.
year.
Yeah,
It
it's
would
like,
be really
we were
great.
discussing earlier. It definitely seems really difficult the higher rated you get?
Yeah,
Uh,
absolutely.
so
You know,
yeah,
there are just so many this lower rated, underrated
yeah.
kids.
Yeah, that's the problem. So I'm assuming you play in a lot of tournaments where you also, if you're playing somebody who's lower rated or underrated, you don't gain as
Mm,
much points too, right?
yeah, I also play in the women
But
Bundesliga. Like in Germany, we have these leagues, and there are also like
yeah,
men or like open
yeah,
Bundesliga, and there is also
yeah.
women Bundesliga. I played. It
Uh-huh.
actually was like a couple of weeks ago. I won one game, I lost one game. It
Uh-huh.
was actually good because my opponents were very strong. They had like
Uh-huh.
21, 2200. So yeah.
Hmm.
So I won against 2100 and I lost it against 2200.
How much points did you get? or winning against 2100.
Yeah, it's
Plus
already. I'm
damage.
still in. I'm in plus for the rating for that. So yeah.
Plus. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So what do we see here? We have some very strong rooks, right? I don't think bishop is enough here for black.
Right. I mean, I'm looking at the position here and thinking about what white can do.
I
I
mean,
guess
for
once
white
again, yeah, it's just
is.
about inducing those weaknesses in a way too, right? Like connecting the rooks and then what if,
I'm wondering what happens if white would,
right.
trade the rooks. Like if it
That's
would
what
be
I'm
winning or
thinking. Yeah.
not.
Wouldn't wouldn't that give white a more likelihood of winning faster, I think here? I mean, because there is a weak b6 pawn and then, your g5 pawn, but the king is covering the g5 pawn, but I understand also the bishop can go on c5, but
Yeah.
so what's the okay, so they move bishop to
So the point is that rook
interesting.
b6 is not working.
Right,
There is
and then
bishop a5, yeah?
right, because of that, yes. Right.
Mm, okay, maybe now
I
he
was
would go for
right.
this.
How about like rook to c6? Well, no, because the bishop's sitting there, but um I was thinking I don't think that would work though. I was thinking like rook c6 and then eventually rook d6, but that bishop can just sit there the whole time, so
I
probably
mean,
won't do too much.
I think rook c6 is
Or
definitely is a move, but there is like
yeah,
bishop c5 there, I don't know.
right,
But now rook
exactly. So it's not
d7.
doesn't really work well.
Now rook d7, actually he goes for trading the rooks, and
Yeah,
I think it could be actually a very smart idea because these pawns are
right.
located on the light squares.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
so
Is
it's
there maybe
really,
a plan on black's end to, well, maybe drive their king to that b5 pawn? Or would that just give, I think, well, the thing is, with white's rook, they can just block off that king pretty easily too. There's not much that can be done. Plus that f pawn could become a problem. So
yeah, and
very quickly. So this is just looking very bad for black at this point. I'm trying to think of what they can do, but I guess the best here they can defend, that b pawn. But the issue is the g, you know, um, the g pawn and the h pawn here. So
yeah, this is like a
yeah,
big problem. If pawns would be like on the
yeah,
dark squares, maybe there was a way to
right,
protect.
right,
But yeah, rook is going to come and king will come. So yeah,
right,
it's going to be pretty tough. And
right.
oh,
And then you can just
interesting.
drive your king up too, with white here. And it's just,
Very
yeah,
interesting.
exactly.
These checks
Just
were
drive the
pretty
king,
tricky.
to yeah, it's interesting. I'm wondering about the checks. I wonder if it also just
Oh,
kind of
very
wonder if it
tricky
makes sense.
play from white. I mean, this was actually incredible.
Yeah,
Just look at this. He's giving a
yeah,
check because king is on
right,
d7 and one king moves, he goes back. And now the problem
right,
is that bishop cannot go to c5 because there is rook c5 and
right,
pawn is actually
right.
getting to the queen to
That's
become a queen.
interesting. Okay.
Oh my god.
Very interesting.
But okay, Anish is still trying. He's still hoping for a draw. Evaluation bar says
Hmm.
it's not gonna happen, but
Yeah.
okay, also looking at the time, the opponent has 3 minutes on the clock. Yeah, should be able to convert this.
Yeah,
Oh,
now that it's
yeah, F5.
F5 here, and that's
Yeah,
quite the problem.
that's over. That looks like game
Hmm.
game is over. Um,
Yep.
so it looks like Anish is about to lose this match,
Hmm.
but there is
Hmm.
actually very interesting thing in this whole format, because even
Hmm.
if you lose the match, you can still come back.
Hmm.
And that's, I think, really great because, in one match, you can like play really badly
Yeah,
or something like this,
right,
but then you just have to win against this loser brackets. You just have to win every single game, and you will have an
right.
opportunity later to play in the finals against the winner. So you'll still have a
Yeah, that's
second
really
chance.
cool. Yeah, I like that.
So yeah,
More opportunity, the better.
yeah, exactly. So, yeah, okay. The resignation has come. We see here that Anish lost. So we have basically all the games from Division 2 ready. And
Okay.
there are currently so many games ongoing in Division 3. So I would say we immediately jump in there and see what we have left, because there are already so many games have been finished. Oh, okay. I found one Armageddon game for us. So Vladimir Malachov against Abhimanyu Mishra. Probably probably the youngest. I don't know. Probably the youngest player who's playing there,
How
maybe.
old is he?
And
He looks very young.
he's very young. He's currently, I think, the youngest grandmaster in the world. I
hmm
think he's still keeping that title. Um,
hmm
so I actually have no idea how young he is now. I want to say how old he is now, but he's so young. And he got this chance to get to Division 3,
Uh-huh.
fighting against all this more experienced and higher rated
Right,
players.
right. Question is, how long has he been playing for? It's quite impressive.
Yeah, I mean,
But,
it's
like,
really impressive. Let me see what were the beats for this match. Aha, so actually pretty interesting.
hmm
So Vladimir Mlachov beat
hmm
9 minutes and 30 seconds. It's kind of a lot. Like normally if you beat this amount, you want to play white. So there
Right.
is also such trick, when you put the
hmm
higher number, then you want to play a white,
Uh-huh.
because normally the person who is getting this lower time usually chooses black because there are draw
hmm
odds. And Mishra beat
Right.
actually 7 minutes and 29 seconds. So so he could have beaten like 9 minutes and win it, but
hmm
of course he didn't know. You
Right.
never know, like
Right. That is so interesting.
but yeah, Mishra won and he's playing black, and we can see that there is actually a battle of
Right.
pair of bishops, right?
Oh, you're right. The bishop battle pair. Wait, so bishop pair battle. So are there any tricks to that, by the way? You know, when you have two bishops versus two bishops, what are
Yeah.
what are the tricks here, you know?
I mean, the position can be really like sharp because there is always attack when
hmm
there are two bishops, and since
Right.
the king is kind of in the center, there are also
Right.
some ideas. But also black is up one pawn, so
Right.
yeah, that's also something
hmm
to consider here. Yeah.
Yeah, what I'm curious about is, for endgame, if you have, you know, maybe let's say two knights versus the two bishops versus two bishops, and you have an extra pawn, does it make a difference? That's the question. I
Uh,
assume it would make a difference,
I would say it
possibly.
depends on the pawn structure. So if you have
hmm
open pawn, like open files, open
Right,
diagonals, then bishops would be
right,
better. But if it is like closed position, then for
right.
sure like the knights would dominate. And
hmm
but I don't know, like normally it's either or, but there are also some positions where like semi-open, not so much
Right,
open. It's really hard
right,
to say then. Then mostly the side with who is up a pawn might have this advantage.
right, right.
But the game of chess, like, and also in this end games, in end games there is everything like move
Yeah.
to move basically.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
okay, I don't think there is a way black could lose this
hmm
theoretically. Of course, practically you can also blunder a piece in one move, um, but theoretically it's just at least a draw for black because they're up a pawn. There are
Right,
two bishops.
right,
The only thing which I'm
right,
looking at now is actually time. Abhimanyu has currently 1 minute on the clock
right.
against 3 minutes. Okay, they traded the bishops. Okay, one check.
Give me 1 second.
Oh my god. Yeah, so fast. Has to play so fast, yeah. Yeah, I think that's what black is doing, just playing here and there just to keep this 50 seconds, not to go lower in time, and just to safely get the draw. I think that's what he wants to do. He doesn't want to play for a win. He doesn't want to try to create, some passer.
Right.
He just wants to play, because as we see, he's having the rook here on the 5th rank, trying to guard this h5 break.
Right.
So, yeah. I mean, not much is happening. It's really hard to say something when there is actually not much going on.
Yeah. I guess we can talk about the pawn structure a little bit too, right? We have white has 2 connected pawns. Black has their 3 pawns.
So actually, position before, when the pawn was on g4, there was a potential of a pawn, becoming a passer. But now, actually, after g5 is played, you don't really want to play this h5. And actually now, finally, Abhimanyu decided to push the pawn. That's very interesting. Okay, finally he decided to go for it, because now there is like rook f4. Oh, now bishop d4. Actually, if he trades the bishop, it's for sure at least a draw. Yeah, f6. He wants to trade the pawns. Yeah, it's... So it looks like these pawns are going to be traded, and then there is going to be still this passer, because of which black apparently, should be winning, but I don't think he would risk so much with the slow time. But he's actually going for it. He's going for a pawn.
I wonder, is it possible to promote that pawn at this point?
He blundered rook e5. I'm sorry.
Oh boy.
Oh my god.
Okay, well, that just that's very unfortunate.
Oh my god. Such a tricky bishop. Such a tricky bishop. But actually black could also blunder like this, imagine, right?
Oh my gosh, right. That's so unfortunate. He resigned right away.
We have Abhimanyu Mishra winning and moving forward to the winner brackets. Let me just quickly see if we have any other game ongoing right now, so we could jump in there, or everything is finished. I believe there are... Yeah, I believe there are all results. I think what we can do now is we can check the result. Let me just refresh, update everything, and we can check the results of the division. Probably first we'll check division 2, because we had one game ongoing. We just double check that everything is good there. Okay, so here we have results. 1 second. Yeah, so we have basically, Jeffrey Sung against Vincent Keimer going to face tomorrow. We have Samuel against Benjamin Bok. Artemiev won and going to face Hikaru Nakamura. Sam Sevian against Levon Aronian. So these are the brackets of Division 2. So let's see what is in Division 3. We're having here following results. So we see David Paravian won. Okay, that match actually we didn't manage to see. It was also finishing in the Armageddon. So last game was Armageddon game, and David Paravian won it. He will face Kirill Alexeyenko. We also didn't have so much chance to look at that game, but first, of course, we are focusing more on Division 2, because also Hikaru was playing there.
Right. And those were very interesting games.
Absolutely. So now we're going to have this chance to watch actually Division 3 finally.
Division 3. Okay, let's do it.
So just quickly checking the pairings and results. So we already saw Kartikeyan beat Setu Rahman. Cristobal Henriquez Villager won against Kuzubov, so he's going to face Kartikeyan, exactly. So Kasper Piron won, and he will face Sarana. Igor Lisi. That was also another Armageddon game, actually, we missed, unfortunately. But okay, we cannot see all the games. There was just so many of those. Maxim Maklakov also won. Alexander Indich won and is going to face Ruslan Panamarov, who won against Laurent Fressinet. Safarli is going to play against Abhimanyu Mishra. We just followed the game. James Santos Latasha will play against Nikita Meshkovs.
Okay.
And Grishuk, which we looked earlier, one of the first games to first matches to finish against Alexander Rachmanov. So these are all the winners brackets which are going to be placed. So basically, the winners are going to play against the winners, and losers will play against losers. I think we're going to focus obviously on the winners. So I would say I would like just to update the pairings and go to the game. I think the players are having some kind of a break, if I'm not mistaken.
Perfect.
If you would like, we can also have some short break, because I see that the games are not started yet. So maybe it's perfect moment to have to take this break.
Right. Right, good time to grab some water.
Exactly. Because how long it was, like more than 2 hours been here. So many matches, so many
flew by. Yeah.
Yeah, caffeine break, exactly. Some doping.
I would like some coffee right now. That would be very nice.
Yeah. Okay,
But
so I
it's
think we'll
okay.
be right back, like in like 5 or 10 minutes. We'll also
Perfect.
follow the games that they start, and then we'll be here with you guys. And meanwhile, maybe you can gather some questions if you have to us, or some
Somebody asked if you have any thoughts on FIDE rating adjustments incoming.
Yeah, actually, good
You
idea.
do, yeah? Any thoughts you'd like to share?
Okay, so guys, we'll be right back with you here for the Division
All right.
3.
All right.
See you guys. Okay. And welcome back to the commentary hour here, commentary on Chesscom community, very cozy commentary with me. I'm Angelika. Here we have Elaynah. Hope you
Hello,
guys doing
everybody.
well.
Hello, hello. We are
Yes,
back and we're ready to look at some of these games.
exactly. We're ready to
Hello.
jump into action. The games have actually already started. Maybe it was not
Mhm.
the best part, not the best moment to take a break, but okay, we actually didn't miss too much because there's still a lot of time, so we can watch what is happening. Um, I would say we go first to the match Abhimanyu Mishra against Altay Safarli. We were looking at the match earlier. So Abhimanyu
Okay.
Mishra, who is the youngest grandmaster um, in the world.
So,
So yeah,
the youngest grandmaster in the
he was
world,
the youngest to
really.
become a grandmaster. Okay, now he's not the youngest
Hmm.
grandmaster, but yeah, he was the one.
Yeah. So
Oh,
when he became grandmaster, I believe when he was 9 years old, right?
yeah.
Let me check this real quick. At the age of 12, actually. So 12-year-old,
Uh,
12
but
years
but
old,
but 12
grandmaster.
years old and some months much earlier than Magnus and others. So it was.
Right. Wow, that's
Okay.
very crazy.
So we have here the Sicilian, Alapin, and it's like already transposed
Mm-hmm.
to the position with the isolated pawn here on d5. But when we are having like some queen's gambit positions and we have
Right.
pawn on e3,
Right.
but here we have a pawn uh, on c3, yeah, because we started with e4. Um, so actually, it can be anyone's game here. The game for three results, as normally
Hmm.
it is with isolated pawn.
Right.
I like this bishop on d4.
Yeah, I think it's very nice there as well. So I
Yeah,
think that knight g4 helped that bishop, make a move here too.
yeah,
It can't be easily attacked either. I guess, they can try to trade off the bishops perhaps,
yeah.
but
Exactly.
I'm sure
Knight
that they're
e6 immediately played
right,
attacking.
right, attacking once again. Yeah, they're
Hmm.
not going to let that bishop sit there. That's for sure. It's very powerful. So interesting.
Okay, so now we have the fight knight against bishop.
Right.
It's interesting. Maybe bishop is kind of slightly compensating for this isolated pawn, which
Hmm.
can easily be
Right.
attacked. But mm, yeah, I mean, also the problem with this pawn, you have to probably play something like rook d2, rook
Hmm.
fd1, put some
Right.
pressure on this pawn, protect the pawn on b2. It's a little bit like yeah, looks like looks a pretty equal position, but
Right. Nothing too special going on at the moment.
yeah.
Wonder maybe just double up the rooks and aim to attack that pawn. Makes a lot of sense because I mean
Yeah, doubling
right now
up
there's
here
not
on the
too
d
much.
file, exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the problem is that if he wants to take on the pawn on d5, then
Right.
there is like on b2 will be the problem. So you have
Right.
to really make sure that it
That is
works if
very
you want to
true.
take on d5.
Right. Because that B pawn is very weak. So I wonder maybe here what can be done. Wonder if the knight to d4 might not be the worst idea here. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
I
think
mean,
white
knight to
would hate to
4.
trade off that if that bishop took. It wouldn't be exactly the worst. But I guess, then what you're mentioning that B pawn can fall and it can create problems. So it, maybe they would have to take with the pawn, but then you have an isolated pawn as well. So I
Oh,
guess that's what I'm curious about here too. Interesting move h3, but I was thinking, yeah, what if, right now, for endgame, black should have a slight disadvantage because of that isolated pawn, right?
mm-hmm.
We see that they traded off the knight and the bishop, and then we have or white has a pawn on d4 as well.
Yeah,
So,
also, it's kind of semi-open position here in the center. I mean, actually
mhm.
more open in the center, but the pawn on c3 is actually stopping that bishop. So it's
Right,
like
exactly.
not really letting it
Yeah,
play the way it would like to.
no,
But also knight is restricted, so it's pretty interesting position, and
right,
it looks like very,
right. Well, here
even.
knight to d4 can be played though, right? Possibly, because a queen can take here.
Hmm.
And then maybe even if the knight is traded for the bishop and then the queens are traded off, something like c4, putting pressure on that. But then I guess
After
yeah, no,
c4,
I
you have
don't
to
see
count
what
with d4, yeah.
there is, and then it's just a trade off of the rooks, right?
I don't think you want to push c4 because this pawn is
Hmm.
not a weakness and this one is. So you don't want to
Fair
trade
enough.
your pawn as a weakness. But
But what if there's, that threat of once again, if they take, you are threatening to win that rook there. Do you know what I'm talking about?
mhm.
Do you see it? Like,
So,
knight to d4, bishop takes d4, queen.
okay,
Queen
now
takes,
it's
queen
black
takes.
to move. So maybe let's make some
Yeah,
move. Let's say
sure.
a6.
Sure. Yeah, and then that if they trade it, right?
I think he should take, yes. And now queen
With
takes.
the queen, right? Yeah, and then if queen takes here, and then rook takes, and then how about after black makes a move, right?
Rook e2, for
Um,
example.
fair enough. Rook e2, but then if rook e2, we play rook d2, right? And once again,
Which one? There
it
are
seems like
two rooks, but I think
yeah, rook d yeah, this one.
maybe lower,
The
yeah.
rook
Because
on
if check, we're
d1
still
to
having
d2.
this.
Right, exactly. We can get away, and then it just seems like it's gonna be like a battle of kings getting to the center,
I
and it
think,
seems gonna
yeah.
overall.
Even though the pawn
Yeah,
is weak, it looks pretty even here because
right.
black can easily protect this pawn, and maybe could be an idea to enter with the rook at some
Mhm.
moment on the e file. So,
Interesting. So how can black easily defend this pawn here?
you mean in,
What
in
are you
that
thinking?
end game? Yeah, already.
Yeah, whether
Uh,
can you get there faster? I feel like
yeah,
White's
it's
king is a little
okay. Oh,
faster.
sorry. What did I play? Sorry, it was the wrong move. We played here a6. Let's say
Yeah.
knight d4, bishop d4, and we
Wow.
traded everything.
Welcome George and
So
Amaria and 40 awesome viewers.
Mm,
So basically, in this position, I think the only way how you can play like f3,
yeah.
king f2, king e3, and
Mm-hmm.
coming to the pawn, attacking the pawn.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Because right now, I mean, their rook is a little bit passive because it's stuck defending that pawn. So
Hmm.
I don't see how it can do too much, It white can bring their king in further.
Yeah, in this position, but for sure, white is not risking anything. So it's like, and
Mm,
especially like, it's a rook endgame. There is no risk. It's rather a question if
right.
if white can bring the king closer to the
Mm-hmm.
pawn, try to win it, and fight for a win. I mean, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, that's what
Okay,
I'm
let's
curious about.
let's go
So
back to the game. And after queen
see what they
a4,
play.
rook e3 was played,
Okay.
and now queen b3. Very interesting. So now
Interesting.
actually he wants to
Yeah.
trade the queens.
Yeah. Is it worth trading the queens for those double pawns here though in this type of position? Perhaps it is just because of something like c4 here again. I really like the move c4 at this point. But of course I know what you discussed earlier as well with basically d4, right? d4.
I would,
Getting rid of their weakness. So
the problem is that with c4 we would weaken this double pawns even more.
right.
d4 probably
That
is
is
not a
true.
move there because maybe it's actually is a move. I'm not so sure. No, I think it's not working because knight can jump back. So my idea was, let's
Right.
say, if some move is played, c4,
Mm-hmm.
knight takes. I thought maybe this can happen, but there is simply knight jumps
Right.
away. Or actually
Right.
in this position, knight e6, there is a
Yeah,
check.
exactly.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
So So the pawn is actually hanging here, so it's not possible. But what I don't like is that this bishop is looking at this pawn on b2. Earlier we
Right.
had a pawn on
Yeah.
c3 and bishop was kind of blocked.
Mm-hmm.
While in this position, bishop is actually targeting the pawn on
Right.
b2 and rook can come and
Right.
attack the pawn on b3 as well. But actually,
That's
if we
very
go
true.
in this position and play something like b4, oops.
Yeah, b4 isn't bad either.
So for
You
example,
know?
b4 looks actually pretty nice
Mm-hmm.
because all pawns are
Mm-hmm.
protected.
Right.
And maybe trying to build more pressure on this pawn with
Right.
remaneuvering the knight somehow. I mean, it would be nice to have a knight on e3 or f4, but it's tough to bring it there. Maybe like this.
Right. No, it's quite the loop there.
Yeah.
It's,
But,
yeah, I don't know if there's
okay.
much more to be said about this position. I think that, it's
Yeah, but actually rook b6
kind of
was
self
played in
Uh-huh.
this position, so he's trying to
Yep,
attack this
makes
pawn,
sense.
b4.
Right, but then b4 can easily be played, so I
Yeah,
guess
that's
I don't
what we
really,
discussed, yeah.
it doesn't do that much.
Exactly. So knight d4 and actually this trade happens in similar positions that we discussed before.
Okay.
But I think here white has an edge because this rook
how
is now
about-
very passive.
Right. I was gonna say that won't work though because they can take, but I like that pin with d5, like possibly doing something with that pin.
Mhm.
I'm not sure what. It doesn't seem like you can't really do much yet, but maybe there's something. Otherwise, it just seems to make sense to bring the king to the center. But I wonder if maybe even blocking off no, I don't know if that works either. I was thinking rook e1, but I don't know about that. Taking control of that open file. Maybe
Yeah.
even bringing it to e7.
Rook e1, rook e7 is for sure as an idea, but I
Yeah.
think something like king f8
Yeah,
could easily stop it.
That's what I was thinking, yeah. So it doesn't really do too much for that exact reason.
I think that maybe bringing the king, what you mentioned earlier, bringing the king would be
Yeah.
a good idea because currently, we are attacking this pawn. The rooks are pinned to this pawn, and I really like for white that the rook is standing there on b5, and there are actually no squares for the rook.
Right.
And it has to stay there
Well,
to protect, and
Yeah.
it's kind of
But
passive.
what if
So b6 was
I
played.
yeah. I was
g4.
thinking
Wow.
if we could have created a pass pawn, but then not sure. Let's see.
Okay, so the pawns have
Okay,
been traded
well-
there.
Right. But how about c4 now? Is that
Actually,
so
he plays
bad
it,
here?
you see?
Yeah.
You
'Cause
predicted the
I was
move.
looking
Yeah,
at that, and it's
so now when everything is protected, you can push the
right.
c4.
It makes sense. You're right. Yeah. So it created the opportunity to play that.
It just played in the perfect moment, right?
Exactly, the perfect moment. It's about the timing.
So now the question is what for black to do because there is a rook under attack and the pawn cannot take because rook is hanging. Evaluation
Right,
bar says
exactly.
I don't care, it's still equal.
Right.
Interesting,
But
but
I would assume it's a little more difficult for black to play here. But maybe if white plays perfectly, but I don't know. It seems like there's still chances. You still have the a5 pawn potentially too, but I don't know if that d rook or d2 rook is going anywhere anytime
Ooh.
soon. Not bad.
rook b4.
But I think that here,
Wow.
can't you just take? I'm just wondering. Take and then
With a rook or
d5 with a
pawn?
rook. Yeah, and then just have a pass pawn there.
With a pawn.
Although,
yeah,
how do we
probably.
feel about that pass pawn on the d file?
Yeah, I mean
part of me-
that's kind of looks
Yeah.
good, and probably after trade, the idea of black is to block this pawn with a king.
Yeah, that's
and
what I
try
was
to attack this
thinking.
pawn and trade it.
Right, right.
So rook b4 is played. So far, no move has been played. So there is a calculation going on in the head of Abhimanyu. And okay, finally he takes the pawn. Yeah, there is not much to do. And even though it's white is up a
Yeah.
pawn, and normally you can promote the pawn, but the rook endgames are so tricky. And
They are, yeah. Plus, black's king can get to that pawn fairly quickly
yeah,
here. So,
The problem is that Black's king is going to be so fast blocking this pawn and potentially also
Right.
taking with a rook.
Exactly. There's a possibility of just winning that pawn overall. That's the problem here.
Yeah. But obviously there are still like chances for Black to win. Actually, nice move, d6. If
Mhm.
d6, if rook takes b2, then there was d7 and victory for white. So it was kind of a tricky move. So king
Well, that's
e8,
interesting.
yeah. King e8 was really nice. Rook d5. So he wants to trade the pawn, so that he traded the pawns b for a
Hmm.
pawn, and but what happens if rook
Yeah, now
d2
this
and
is
rook
just
a
it's
rook?
just looking very drawish now.
Yeah, king is just
Yeah,
coming
because that
here.
pawn will be lost. There's just no way of maintaining it.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
that was the problem with this pawn, right? In the first place, like taking potentially and having that d pawn, that their king can just reach it on time.
Yeah,
Perhaps if
absolutely.
White was able to play a move with her king earlier, bringing it closer to the center, there may have been something, but
I
well, this
think
is
actually he's
interesting.
trying
Okay.
to trick the king. Ah,
Right.
but it's not possible. I would love king to take the pawn, but of course he will not take a
Right.
pawn.
Right now. Yeah, I don't think they'd fall for that.
But maybe rook
Well, let's
a7.
see. Yeah, I was thinking Rookie 7, but then they can just hmm.
You just play king e6, yeah.
Right, exactly.
Just protect the pawn. But
Exactly.
maybe then rook e7, I don't know. Oh, okay, he
Hmm,
wants to take
interesting.
one of these
And
pawns.
do some weaknesses here, yeah. Okay, interesting. But then once again, can't Rook or sorry, King E6 be played here anyways?
Mm, yes, the problem is this h6 pawn is a
I
weakness, so
see.
h5 is not
Right,
possible.
right,
There is still chance, for white, and of course,
right,
like you have to basically take any chance you have and
right.
try to
Well,
win.
what if Rook takes D6 here? Thinking, well, Rook takes D6 and then no, I don't know. I don't think that would work.
Yeah. Rook h6. Yeah, now there is an
Hmm.
idea to have this protected passer there on
Hmm.
the h file, but okay, with a perfect or like with
Mm.
theoretical defense, it shouldn't be
Hmm.
a problem. Also on the such high level, but as we always see,
Hmm.
practically there always can be a mistake made. So
Right.
obviously players are going to
Very
play it
true.
till the end. Mm. Aha, so g5 is actually a very smart move. The
Hmm.
idea of this move is that anytime h4 will be pushed, it is going to be
Hmm.
traded. So that there is
Right. It
no h
freezes.
pawn as a
Right.
passer.
Yeah, it seems to just freeze white's pawns here. And then, something like f4, you have rook. Well, now that the rook is on a3 though, maybe something like that would be possible. But here,
Okay, black is trading one of the last pawns.
yes. Right.
Yeah, don't think there is any chance for white
Mm.
anymore, so yeah.
Mm. Interesting. How about f4 here? But then, g5 is pretty weak.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't really see anything.
Yeah, I mean, there's just going to be traded the
Right.
pawns, yeah, and I
Okay.
think the only thing is just you have to keep your rook somewhere on the sixth rank so that, there are
Mm-hmm.
no checks for the king.
Right.
This king can stay here and rook is on the sixth rank somewhere. Doesn't matter, and
Yeah. Doesn't seem
adjust
like
it. Okay, I mean, um, I think we can safely go to some other game
I was about to
because,
say.
yeah,
I think so too.
yeah. So, um, so we have the other pairings. Okay, already actually some results have been played. For example, in the first game, Alexeyenko won against
Mhm.
Paravian.
Okay.
We don't necessarily have to rewatch that game. We can immediately jump into the second game and see what is happening here. So if you know, Kirill Alexenko was actually one of the candidates. So he played
Uh-huh.
one of the candidates tournament. It was 2000. Wait, 2022, right? If I'm not mistaken. The one which was postponed because of COVID. No, wait, 2020, 2021.
Doesn't okay, interesting. Let's see.
Wow. Okay, so basically they played. They went for this Petrov, but there is like this d4 move.
Right.
But okay, this position looks like a normal one. You're getting the knight there on e4, but this knight on f4 is really interesting to me. I have not really seen knight
Where does it
located
usually go
there.
on the patrol?
You want, to show Dubitz to f3, but
Okay.
but okay, of course, knight has some functions there. Knight on h5.
Right. So
Taking control
this knight
versus-
on e4 is usually kicked away by f3
You have to
or
be really
knight
careful with
e2.
f3 always.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking because of, opening up that king side. But so
Yeah.
what happens with this knight there?
First question
it's
is like,
just
where do you
sitting
want
there.
to castle? Yeah, and that's answers the
Right.
question. I think white cannot castle long. First of all, it will take so much time, and also there is a bishop there.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Well, does it make sense to castle here and then maybe play like a prophylaxis move or something like king h1? Or is that too slow? And then play f3?
I think you can castle here, but you don't necessarily have to play king h1 immediately. So of course, castle is
Right. Well, you're right. As long as usually king h1 you want to play at a certain time, right? Because when that diagonal is open to f2, right? So would you say that if that diagonal isn't open, like right now, there's a pawn on d4? They can't, they can't check you, right? They can't
Yeah.
check you. So I guess you can wait.
So basically, you don't necessarily have to play king h1. So
Right.
it would be just loss of time.
Yeah.
But what I see here, I a little bit don't understand a relegation bar because I don't really see problems for black. Because to me feels like black has more development. Black has the piece on e4.
Right. Right.
King is castled and the safety, so there is no attack on the queen side. But for white, it's rather a problem. King is not castled, bishop is not developed.
Right.
What is
I wonder if it's
happening
because
here?
of that weak diagonal with the bishop. I mean, we have white has a bishop on, e2.
Yeah.
Would it be possible that there's something there, right?
Okay,
that we
maybe
might not be
this, maybe
seeing
this
easily?
knight e4, bishop e4, maybe it can.
Right.
Aha, because there is a pawn hanging. But okay, here is also
Right,
pawn hanging.
exactly. I was thinking, bishop to g4, and then if they take, the pawn hangs because the knight drops, right? Knight trade for knight earlier, and then the g5 pawn falls. But at the same time, I'd be worried about rook to g8. I don't quite like rook to g8. That's scary.
He actually castled.
Eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I would. To me, it feels like also at some moment, bishop cannot go back if it wants to attack the knight, or like these pawns can roll like f5, f4.
Right.
But of course, for now, actually, the pawn is under attack. Yeah, probably something like h6 could be a move here. Or bishop e7. If you want to develop the bishop, probably bishop e7 could be a move, just protecting the pawn and then maybe rolling. But h6 looks very natural to me. Oh, queen g6. Oh, I forgot about our queen. Yeah, queen also can go there. But I'm still a little bit confused about the evaluation.
Well, that bishop, is it possible can get stuck? Well, I guess not because they can go on f5 potentially, but their bishop on e4. I was thinking if white can cover that, f5 square, there's a possibility of a trap there. Maybe something like knight g3. Well, maybe bishop g4 check first and then knight g3.
Yeah, he played
Or
immediately actually
yeah.
knight g3.
Okay, so knight g3 immediately works
Yeah.
too. Interesting.
Here there is a huge question if white can take on h5 or not. Like, if you play this
Hmm.
game, would you take on h5? Like,
I would be scared to take on h5,
me too.
because that queen can still move away, and then that open file, targeting h2 is quite scary, and possibly bishop to g or bishop to d6.
Okay, he also
It's
didn't take.
it's
He also didn't take. Yeah,
yeah,
it looks
it's
very
quite
scary.
scary.
Queen h7 and all this
Yeah,
battery on the h
exactly.
file.
Queen h7, bishop to, d6. There's a lot of opportunities there. So,
Yeah, absolutely. f3 was played. Apparently, it's a great move. So probably the idea is that he wants to trade this
uh-huh.
pawn for this pawn, so that
Right,
later there are 2 against 2,
right,
and maybe that would mean that there is no attack, because any moment some
right.
pawn comes, you can always close.
That's
There is
very
always this
true.
room.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Plus, it opens up that nice file as well for some maybe
That's
counterplay
right.
for white.
You have to always be careful about this
Yeah.
diagonal though, and actually this bishop
Mm,
c5 has just been played, right? After f3, bishop
right.
c5, very interesting move. So there is a threat,
Uh-huh.
and that's why king h1 now. So you see at the
Okay. What was
perfect
the
moment
threat
king
then?
h1, which you suggested earlier, so yeah.
Yeah. That's why I like making these moves, usually because I think that when I wait, I just suffer the consequences later. So you have to be very careful. I guess, if you're a very knowledgeable, experienced player, you know when to play it, right? But, for somebody who's maybe a little bit more new, it can be very tricky because sometimes you think there isn't a threat when there is, and it gets bad very quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. But I like how everything is hanging in the position. Pawns can take
Mhm.
each other. Bishop
Right,
is hanging. There is a pin. There are so many
right.
opportunities in this position,
Yeah, there's so
and
much going on. You're right. It's so interesting.
yeah. So just an update. The previous game we were watching, of course, ended as a draw with 2 naked
Okay.
kings at the end. So
Who would have thought, right?
who would have thought? Yeah,
Yeah. Surprise.
surprise. Yeah. So all the other games are being also played. Actually quite a few matches. So yeah, we'll dive in some other later. For now, we keep on here because it looks very very sharp position.
This seems very interesting. Bishop to d3.
Wow,
Now
basic.
yeah, that's so interesting. Oh wow, they
Wow,
took.
he's
Okay. Well,
sacrificing the
that's
bishop.
wow. What an interesting move, right? And now, e5 is really not that possible. So, or at all possible. So,
Yeah,
great move.
absolutely.
Well played, I'll have to say.
But okay, the question is it enough? Like, which attack do you
Yeah,
have here on the king side? Like,
right.
I,
I was thinking, yeah,
I think
something like
anytime
bishop
bishop d2,
d2.
bishop c3.
Yeah, and then c3 with that skewer is pretty scary.
Of course, you have to always check some ideas of g4, f3, and or h4, h3, or g3, at some moment.
Hmm.
But as we already
Right,
said, there is a big chance that white is just going to keep, the pawns closed here in case,
right,
let's say, pawn goes here. Okay, maybe not so closed, but maybe there is still a chance, like to play h4, h3.
right.
Because, normally what you would like to play g3 and close the pawns, but there is pawn on f4.
Hmm.
So, yeah. Maybe it's not really working, but
Right,
knight e5. Aha, bishop. Bishop goes back. So what is now happening is that black sacrificed the material. Right now,
right,
white doesn't really have so many active moves, but white is simply
right,
up a piece.
right.
And for one pawn actually. Just for one pawn. And
So I'm thinking, what was the compensation here? I guess there really wasn't any, considering, right?
I mean also
What you
computer is
mentioned.
saying there is no compensation, there is just
Right. And that's the problem. It seemed nice, that sequence, but ultimately failed. So yeah, that's the scary thing when it comes to sacrificing pieces, right? Sometimes if it works, it's beautiful and you can win the whole game, but then a lot of times it doesn't. So there's that, simple.
Yeah, exactly. But you know that it's easy for us, sitting here and having this evaluation bar and saying, "Oh yeah,
It's
you
very
know,
true.
white is
Yeah,
winning,
it's
white is
much
up a
different.
piece."
Much different.
Yeah,
Exactly.
but if you're playing this position and you're playing it
Hmm.
against Grandmaster, let's say, and he has this
Hmm.
attack, maybe you're
Hmm.
at least slightly worried what actually is going to happen.
Yeah,
What if attacks works out?
absolutely.
And he's trying hard, H3.
Yeah,
Um,
right. And with positions like this, it's especially with the engine, it's like, yeah, this is the obvious move, but a lot of times when it comes to these types of positions, there's one or two good moves oftentimes, right? And if you don't make those two moves, you are at a huge disadvantage, even if you were at an advantage, right? And it's
yeah.
like that basically here as well. So it's quite scary,
Yeah, but here it's like not much to do because after bishop
right?
c3, there is no way to protect the knight and the rook at
Right.
the same time.
And then, there's that G4
Maybe you
square
have to
all of a
try to
sudden.
take the pawn.
Right.
Maybe
Possibly.
maybe that's the
To
only
create some
way.
sort of initiative here. Yeah.
Or f3, I don't know. Yeah. Unfortunately, the attack didn't really work
Mhm.
out.
It looked nice. It just didn't work out all the way through.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's still not over, but
Mhm. Yeah, as we've learned, there's a lot of comebacks that have been happening.
yeah.
So,
But okay, the
yeah.
opponents don't have
Bill
so
Breadbenner
little
just
time on the
became
clock here.
Chessborn.
Yeah.
They have like 3-4 minutes on the clock. I think it's enough to figure things out and to
Hmm.
convert the
Right.
piece, being the piece up. Yeah, especially for a strong grandmaster,
Right.
it's really nice.
White
Okay.
also has to defend successfully here. That's the thing. There's still, that knight rook. Still a
Yeah,
lot going
exactly.
on.
That's really a lot going on, for
Hmm.
sure. Mm-hmm. I don't even know what to suggest. Like he's spending time, but probably he's realizing that
Right.
it looks
Yeah.
it looks pretty sad. So yeah.
Yeah. I
Okay, he's
don't,
trying.
yeah,
He's
that
taking that
move, I
pawn,
think. Try
but
something right. And
unfortunately,
here
it's not
it's,
enough.
yeah.
Now the whole
No,
whole
simple
rook
move.
up. So white is upper rook. So
Right. Right. It's,
maybe after we have this result, we would also could
mhm.
um, share one more time and tell about the format of the event.
Yeah,
Because some players,
definitely.
some viewers are a little bit confusing. Yes, it's rapid. It's being played. Um,
Yeah.
so it's
10-2.
yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. So right after this game, we're going to share with you maybe some format details in case you're wondering what is it actually, what are they playing here. Is it title Tuesday? Oh no, today is not Tuesday. What is happening?
Yeah, I don't
Rook
know where it's
C1.
Tuesday, so
Uh, is it title Tuesday? Is it untitled Tuesday? Do you
have
play
you played an
untitled Tuesdays?
I I should play an Untitled Tuesday. I think it would be fun. Have you ever played in it?
I played, I think I played the first Untitled Tuesday this year. It was
Hmm.
like January 4th or something like this. And the
Hmm.
server was overloaded. Like so many players were
Really?
playing Untitled and Titled Tuesday at
Oh
the same
no.
time. That after I played
Really?
2 games,
Yeah,
I had some lag. I refreshed the page and I couldn't play anymore, unfortunately. But later the
really.
lag was
Yeah.
fixed, so I could play
Yeah,
the
I
late edition. But just
that's
so many players
unfortunate.
wanted to play.
Yeah, we ran into an issue like a server overload
Yeah,
issue
and then
too.
Danny Ranch is
Which
trying to
was
fix it.
yeah. Yeah, no, you're waiting and waiting and just refreshing. It's bad. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it
But
seems
I
very
mean,
popular. I definitely need to try to play in it sometime.
on the one hand, it's kind of, sad or
Hmm.
something that, okay, there is some technical issue, but it means really a
Right.
lot that so many people are playing chess and there is this chess
Yeah.
boom, which is really exciting.
Yeah.
And
Huge.
I think it's really, great when we have
Yeah.
this kind of problems. There are too many people playing chess.
Right.
It's,
Right.
yeah,
Yeah, no,
it's
I think that's really cool though.
absolutely.
Yeah, it's a great game. You know, I
Yeah.
I prefer the longer formats, but I know a lot of people disagree with me on that.
You prefer classical games.
Yeah, classical and longer rapid,
I was
but
actually, yeah, I also asked like which time control do I
hmm
prefer? I also prefer myself classical time control. And they were like,
hmm
"Oh, it's strange because you're not professional player. Like
hmm hmm
normally not professional players are preferring,
hmm
blitz or rapid." And
uh-huh.
I said,
Yeah.
I, s-
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I
"Yeah, I
like
love to
that.
sing."
Yeah, I like that classical formats just give you more time to actually think and calculate and strategize rather than more, pattern recognition, intuition, which is still important, but I like actually being able to really think about each move, in the
Absolutely.
middle game and end game.
Uh,
So,
just actually one moment I would like to highlight here that there is queen h4 take the pawn, but there is a
uh-huh.
trick because there is rook h2 check,
Mm-hmm.
king takes, and knight
Mm-hmm.
g4, winning a queen.
Wow.
It's really beautiful. So actually, queen,
Wow, that is
it's
nice.
not over. Like when we already said
Mm-hmm.
goodbye to Paravian, he's saying no, maybe I have some chances here.
Right.
And the problem is that bishop is very passive.
Yeah, well, here can you just trade the bishop or take that bishop F3 pawn? What's
No, no, you cannot.
You
I,
can't?
I will just take with a knight, right? And okay,
And
but there
then the rook.
there is rook f5 though.
Yeah,
Let maybe quickly check what will happen. So rook
I
takes, knight
the rook
takes.
here.
There is rook
Well,
f5.
how
Oh,
about oh wow, it's just drawn at this point. I'm
so
confused why
wait.
the rook can't take it.
So not
Oh,
not to
because
take.
the queen is defending the knight. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, yeah. Queen
Never
was
mind.
defending.
Never mind.
But what would happen here?
Mhm.
Like after bishop
So that's
takes
just bad. It's
f3.
not even not worth considering even.
Okay, probably knight takes is fine. And here rook f5. But rook f5, there is always like some kind of. Oh my god.
Mhm.
It's hard. Okay, let's ask Engine. Engine is saying it's equality. What
Yeah,
about
but
rook f5? Oh my god, there
oof,
is just. Wait,
that and
what?
then yeah, they take wait.
Ah,
Yeah,
wait, oh my god,
so
the queen is hanging. Oh, what are we?
right,
Okay,
exactly. Yeah,
okay.
yeah, yeah. So it's not good.
Too many
Yeah, no, that
games.
move.
Okay, let's go back to
Yeah.
the game.
I wonder if yeah,
What
we
were you
can we
saying?
can move on from this. I
So,
was just gonna say, I wonder if like just because white is up 4 points here.
mm-hmm.
What if rook just takes e5 and then
Ah, you mean
bishop
like
takes
sacrificing a
f3?
rook and.
Just simplify. Yeah, I mean you'll still be
Ah.
up 2 pawns.
Actually,
It removes.
I really think that it's a nice move because rook e5, queen
Hmm.
e5, bishop f3, and there is no attack anymore. You're not
Exactly.
up a
There's
rook, you're up a bishop, but
yeah,
it's easier to play. So
yeah.
maybe it's actually a very
Yeah.
practical approach. Yeah,
It is. Yeah, because the
really
problem right
nice.
now with black is that they have these chances because they have these three pieces, right?
Hmm.
Really really aiming at white's king. So just removing one of them and still having some sort of compensation for it. Yeah,
Yeah.
sure, you'll be up, bishop s- instead of 4 points, but that's still very good.
Yes. But
Mhm.
okay, I think here we have
Mm,
almost a loss because yeah, it looks like a checkmate. The only way to stop is to push some
yes.
pawn. But there
Yes.
is even
Uh-huh.
like check and queen f2.
Right.
Oh, but wait, what is a
Oh,
checkmate? What was
interesting.
this?
Oh, wow.
He blunt.
Well, that was
Okay, probably he
interesting.
forgot about
Yeah,
his
he was rushing.
checkmate. So we see here that the grandmasters also blunder, you know, and that's actually
Yeah.
very important for such mortal players like us to see that grandmasters can blunder mate in one,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
so don't worry about your blunders, right? Like
Right.
whatever your
No, chess
opponent
is
is.
such a brutal game. It really is.
Yeah.
You know, I'm sure most GMs have cried over a loss at
Yeah.
least once.
Okay, maybe
If you
just quickly, I would offer us to show the information like about the Champions Chess Tour, like what is it,
sure.
and uh, about
Perfect.
the Chessable Masters, just very quickly, so that people are getting familiar with the format in case someone has some
Mhm.
questions. So here you see the format of the Champions Chess Tour, that there are going to be events, and then there's going to be a final. So the basically the winner of the Division 1 is
Mhm.
automatically qualifying for the finals. And basically in that finals, we're going to have a champion. Last year, it was Magnus Carlsen who won. And yeah, Hikaru Nakamura was actually struggling there, even though he was preferably one of the best there, in the faster time controls, but he was actually struggling really a lot. Okay, so then we obviously have the prize fund, which is $1,700,000 and basically
Amazing.
$300,000 per each tournament, and
Katz asks, can you qualify for the final via Division 2 or 3?
basically, if you win Division 2, you can play in the next edition's Division 1, and then if you win it,
Mm-hmm.
then you are going to qualify. So that's how it works. Or you can
Right.
score. I think that you should score like high amount of points. So if you constantly are at the top, I think you can also qualify. I don't exactly know, but each winner can qualify from each tournament, which are 8 altogether. So here we have the 4 events. The first one is now we're having it, the Chessable Masters, and the second will be in May, in July, and in September. And
Wow, this
finals will
goes on
be
all
in
year.
December. Yeah, the whole year, exactly.
Wow, okay.
Exactly.
And then
So what
final,
about
December.
this edition? This is Chessable Masters. Maybe it's a little bit complicated what is written here, but
Mhm.
maybe I try to explain like in few words. So basically what we had earlier, we had the qualifiers for everyone. Of course, like title players for grandmasters who could play that qualifiers, and top 3 of those grandmasters qualified for the play-in. Here you can see the play-in was basically played amongst the players who qualified, and after that we had a division placement. So basically from the play-ins, from 1st till 11th came to Division 1, 12th place to 29th to Division 2, and 30th to 69th to Division 3. And yesterday we had the division placement, and basically the winners basically stayed in their division, or and losers went down one division lower. In case of Division 3, if you lost yesterday, you basically could not continue. So only the winners could continue from Division 3. And here we are now in the third part of this picture. You have division play, day 3 till 8. Day 3 it's today, and it's going to be double elimination. So winners brackets, they're playing 4 games, loser brackets 2 games. And we're currently here at this stage, and probably we can go back now. I think we explained everything here.
Yes, thank you for explaining that, Angelika. Anybody else have any questions about it?
Yeah.
If not, we can move on.
Yeah. So Yeah, we can go to check other game.
Um, so Kat's asked again for event 2, you have again these play-ins.
Basically, for every event, there is this play-ins, and before each event, there is a qualifier. So there is like qualifier before the play-in. So play-in in some way it's also a qualifier because you have to qualify to play in the division. It's a little bit complicated, but I think like you can easily understand. So first, they need to sort out the grandmasters who would play, who can potentially play, and then basically the grandmasters which are place first till 69th place. I don't know why 69th. That's an
Okay.
interesting question, but yeah, top 69 grandmasters are going into these divisions, and then they can, and then they are being placed into different divisions, first, second, or third, according to their place in the event. But they can easily be kicked out, like Hikaru was yesterday, kicked out from Division 1. Okay, let me see. So we have 2 draws. Abhimanyu Mishra against Safar Lee, already 1-1. We have actually this match we have not looked at yet. Igor Lise against Maxim Matlakov. Currently, Matlakov is leading with 1.5 points. And okay, we already seen that Kirill Alexeyenko won 2 games. If he draws, at least he is actually staying. So he is going to be the winner of this match. And we have Rakhmanov against Grishuk, 1-1.
Okay, 1-1.
Ruslan Panamerov against Alexander Indic. Actually, currently Panamerov is leading 2-0, and I can see that they're playing already 3rd game, so maybe we stay with this match. Because it's
Okay, let's...
It's interesting now if Indic can strike back, or Panamerov is actually going to take it home and win this match.
Right. So let's look at what's going on here.
We have the end game. We have rook and bishop.
Yes, and we have the rook on the 1st ring, the white rook on the 7th ring. I wonder what happened here.
Actually, yeah, how the rook got here, with all the pawns.
Quite interesting. Yeah.
Probably somewhere from here.
Right, and then went...
Okay, we can just briefly look because they still have like 4 or 5 minutes.
Sure.
So it was Queen's Gambit, and Black played kind of
interesting.
aggressive with the c5 and push the pawn all the way to c4. Okay, so many trades. Okay, let's try to understand what happened.
Sure. Here, it seems like I wonder why the bishop was traded for the knight. Is it possibly because now there's a weak c3 pawn?
Yeah, maybe that's. And later the idea could be is to push b5, a5, b4, creating the.
And that's what I was thinking. Yeah, with that pawn majority there.
Yeah.
So.
And now actually knight is attacking the bishop. It was actually sequences of the moves which was started with black, because black took the bishop and now attacking the bishop and the pawn.
Right, and so white is basically forced to take here.
Yeah, white is forced to take. The question is why rook would not work.
Yeah, I reckon I would assume, I mean, creating 2 isolated pawns isn't the best, taking with the rook. But maybe there is some sort of... No, I'm not really seeing anything.
Maybe the idea is that black would like to do something on the king side, maybe to push later. Or...
Possibly. I guess maybe you're right. It kind of makes sense. Because why, with the d pawn?
Yeah. Because the pawn on d5 is potentially it's a weakness. But also once you take it, you allow white to have this potential
Right. That's true.
passer, yeah, protected passer on
Yeah.
d4.
Yeah.
So you don't want to go the pawn endgame because pawn
Right.
endgame is going to be not looking good for black. So
Exactly. But it's looking like it, it somehow worked out to an extent.
yeah.
So yeah, let's see what happens.
Wow, king f7. Already preparing for the endgame, you see.
Right.
And also a very important factor here is that, oh, g5 looks like a mistake from chess.com, but looks to me fine move. Yeah, because
Okay.
queen wanted to enter, but king immediately said
Right.
no.
Right. And plus, c4 potentially. But I don't know if it would be too easy to get to c4.
Yeah, I mean, the problem probably here is that black can simply play rook c6, a6, and try to push this
That's
b4,
true.
b5 pawn. But okay, maybe that doesn't make too much sense, actually, that I think now. Rook c5. Yeah, using the spin, actually pretty nice. Yeah.
Okay.
King c1.
To reach
Ooh, the pawn.
a4. Not bad.
But maybe he
Interesting.
sacrificed the pawn. Ah, yeah, because he takes now on a4.
Right.
That's how the
Right.
rook came there.
So
Now we
okay,
know
now
the
it's starting to
story,
make
yeah?
sense.
Oh, there was
Oh
a
wow.
miss. h5. Really
That's
nice move.
that's unfortunate.
Take my pawn, yeah?
Right.
And that's how rook came to d1. And yeah, around this
Oh,
moment,
okay. So
ooh,
now there's this little threat.
b5. I really love this move because there is a
Yeah.
pawn chain and black wants to break it.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a strong
d3.
pawn chain, so
Yeah, I mean, this looks like I mean, we have the opposite colored bishops. It means that
right.
potentially it can be a very easy draw if the rooks are being
Right.
traded, but there is still a chance because rooks are on the board. And what is happening
Plus,
right now? Yeah,
right, h6, I think, it's quite the static weakness for later on, so possibly something there, right? If a7 or rook takes a7 and then rook takes b5.
But actually, the question is what's happening. Yeah, I wanted to say bishop b5. What is going to happen? Rook. Wait a second. What was this? Rook
Interesting.
f5. Very interesting move. Maybe there is some rook h7 trying to take that pawn, but there is problem with f2
Yeah,
pawn.
that's what I was thinking too. But okay, so
Actually, white is getting lower in time. We can see that Ruslan Ponomarev has 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and Indic has only 46 seconds, which is not enough for this complicated position. Apparently, it's saying rook f2 is a mistake. Maybe because rook e2 and rook e4 is possible. Winning that pawn, or trying to take this pawn and push this.
right. I mean, white definitely has options now. That b pawn is looking a little bit scary too,
Yeah.
especially with, bishop on c5 as well. So,
To
and
me
like
it
what you
looks-
mentioned, right? Rook e7 as well is a concern now. So,
Yeah, to me it looks very scary actually, this pawn.
and white's
can
bishop or
give a
black's bishop
check.
can't really do too much at the moment.
Maybe you can give a check with a bishop, like to...
Right.
Okay, probably to rather to f7, because then you can bring the rook to b2. But the pawn will be marching and you have to bring the king. Oh my god, it's... And
Right.
if we look at the king side, there is like 4 pawns against 2. So
Right.
basically, if black can eliminate this pawn somehow, then black is going to win.
Right.
But just a reminder, it's enough for black to draw to win this match, because Ponomarev currently is leading with 2 points.
I don't know. I don't really see. Well, I guess like what you mentioned though, bishop to e2 could possibly work. But then, white can also rush their king to the other side and cause some problems there, right? Also, black's king is kind of stuck there on that 8 rank. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, I mean it's really really interesting, but okay, black has a lot of time, so now he spends it. He tries to find the best move because he realized that okay, b6 pawn is bishop f7 is a great move. Apparently chess.com approves that move. Yeah, king is3 actually very nice, stop taking the square from the rook. b7. Ooh, giving up. Okay, so what
There's
black wants
possibly
to...
a pawn storm on the king side at this point.
Yeah, I mean... Wait.
Uh,
What is
you know what?
happening?
Maybe
Wait,
not too much.
isn't it just winning for white if they trade? Okay, I was thinking that if they trade, they can still stop the pawns, but... Okay. This pawn, oh no, it looks sad for... Black was actually doing so well, but this game doesn't look good anymore. Okay. Yeah, I mean this looks like it's. I think that he's either going to resign or try to quickly play something. But once the pawn on f6 falls, it's over. It's literally over. And so quickly, it changed from from having really a good position to this. I mean, that's how chess is. One inaccuracy, one mistake, letting the pawn on b6 run, and you're already losing. No way to protect the pawn. Okay, rook still can protect, but I think, yeah, you think you can take and just king comes.
King can just come in pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Right.
Bishop f2 you can even play if you want secure. And, well, you just come with a... Okay, you could also come, I think, with a king here. But, okay. He just promotes probably the pawn. Or, okay, he takes. I didn't understand. Does he want to promote? Does he want to take? What is happening? Okay, the victory for Indic is still the chance. Still there is a chance, Ruslan won 2 games and then Indic won now back. One more game to play. Got actually many information about the Armageddon in the losers brackets. We're currently looking at the winner brackets. I don't know if you would like to look at loser brackets.
Right.
Maybe I'll just quickly see which game do we have there, and if there is some interesting Armageddon or something ongoing. And I don't really see. I think almost all games finished, so I think we will stick with a winner bracket for now, and then if there is something going to be interesting going on, we'll try to jump in there.
Sounds good.
Wait, there is actually going to be Demchenko against Daneshwar. There is going to be Armageddon right now. Let me try to find the game. It's a little bit confusing with all the boards. Here, so many pairings. Okay, for the time being, let's maybe just jump to some game, and then I will try to find another game. So probably We have not really looked for a long time at this one. Igor Lissa against Maxim Matlakov. Maybe we can keep here because it's some interesting endgame. 2 rooks and a knight against the bishop.
Okay. 2 rooks and a knight against the bishop. Let's go.
So who do you think is better here? I mean, Evaluation Bar says it's equal, but for you personally.
Well, I kind of like black more here. Personally, I don't really like that e3 pawn too much. And that a5 pawn either. I think that those could become huge problems later on. So
yeah, you're
let's
right.
see. How about you?
Okay, I'm so sorry, but I think I found I think I
Mhm.
found the games. Actually, the
Okay.
loser brackets
No worries.
games. So we're going to think to jump there because there are.
Yeah.
One second. There are actually some Armageddon games. For example, here we have
Mhm.
Bogdan Daniel Diak, who is actually pretty strong. I mean, he was former number 1 of Romania. We have Romanian match
Right.
here. But actually, Kirill Shevchenko is originally from Ukraine. He just changed the federation around 1 year ago. And basically moved fully to Romania. And we also know that, Richard Rapport, one of the top grandmasters, who is actually Hungarian, he also changed federation to Romania. So many
Right.
many grandmasters are there changing to Romania. And earlier, Bogdan Daniel Diak was number 1. But of course, since Richard Rapport changed the federation, he's actually number 1 Romanian grandmaster right now. But Bogdan Daniel Diak was the second after him.
Well, thank you for that information. That's
Yeah,
interesting.
but it's actually nice, sometimes to see the matches of the same federation because you
Right.
kind of know the players train sometimes together. They have this national team, and now they have to face and compete over the board and fight for the
Right.
victory. Even though probably they would love to see each other, to promote further in the divisions, but here
Right.
there is only one who has to stay. The first game was won by Bogdan Daniel, and the second one Kirill. So yeah, okay. So maybe we don't go back. We just stick on the current position. What do you think? Okay, Violation Bauer is saying white is better, but why do you think white is better?
Yeah, so let's look at this position overall. Ooh, I don't like that, bishop on g4 though, that's for sure. So, being a little bit scary. So white does tend to have a bit more space. So I think there's that.
Yeah,
I think
I mean,
that,
there are
yeah,
for
that
sure a lot of
e7
space.
pawn. Yeah, it's a little bit problematic from what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, this pawn actually is dividing position like on 2 sides,
Right.
king and queen
Right.
side. And this rook does nothing besides protecting the pawn on e7, which is actually protected by the bishop.
Right.
So I kind of feel that these pieces, okay, not only blacks, but also whites on the queen side are a little bit passive. But there are so many more pieces of white on the king side as well. So, but it's still very complicated because of the, this bishop pair.
Right.
And yeah, black is trying to somehow stabilize. But I think this knight might decide, like if we compare the knights, this knight on b5 is really a bad piece. It has no moves besides the a7 square, where you don't
Right.
want
And
to
I was
put your
thinking about
knight.
that too. Like, what if c4 is eventually just a possibility, right?
Yeah, but on e4, knight is really a huge piece, and if black decides to take with a bishop on e4, then there is going to be bishop targeting the e4 square or e6 sorry square. So yeah, it's really huge. Knight g5 now. Actually, going for that e6.
Going on e6. Yeah.
This actually looks
I mean,
huge for...
then
yeah.
if the bishop does take, you have e6, which is, yeah, once again, it's not good for black. Very difficult to play once again, that position, I think.
Very, very passive. And okay, of course, like
Right.
this Armageddon games are...
Right. So maybe I think with rook to c8, knight to c7 after. Depends on obviously what white plays here as well, but controlling a bit more of e6 as well here.
Actually,
Because that's
just
where-
interesting information about the bidding on this match.
Right.
So actually, Bogdan beat 9 minutes and 50 seconds. So he actually purposefully went for it, since 2 other results were decisive. So basically, first game was won by Diak, the second one by Shevchenko, and now actually, so he's taking this 9 minutes and 50 seconds. He's saying, "I'm not playing black. I don't want." And actually, Kirill took 7 minutes and 25 seconds. I wonder, like, I mean, how does it feel to know your opponent took like this 9 minute 50, knowing that you could take, so much more time, basically
Right.
saying 9 minutes and that's it. But as we see position, white is simply dominating. Yeah. Okay, there is
Yeah,
a
I mean,
try
that-
to
that
bring the
knight-
knight to the life.
Yeah.
We can see that. I see the chat is saying that once Magnus beat 9 minutes 59 seconds. Just to make sure you're not going to be the one who plays black. Okay, actually, like, if you beat lower, you choose the color, but there is no sense to beat like 7 minutes and then say, "Oh, I'll play white." I mean, maybe there is sense sometimes, but objectively, like, there is a sense, of course, to have this draw odds, to have to win the match if there is a draw. Okay, so we have here the bishop actually the bishop on b4, not a great piece.
Yeah, it's not doing too much right now, for
Yeah,
sure.
And as I, remember we had the knight there on b5, it did nothing, but now
Right.
knight actually went
Right.
all the way to f5 and trying to be
That's the problem with knights, right?
trying to be a
They're
good
very,
piece,
very
yeah.
tricky.
Yeah, very, very tricky, exactly. But
They can jump around the board so easily as well, so it's, I don't know, it's quite scary.
yeah, absolutely. But yeah, there is also potentially some kind of attack against the white king, but there are simply too many, pawns are perfectly protecting, the
Right.
g5 square. There is a rook, there is a bishop, queen, everything is there to protect. Oh, I think now it's a time for this bishop to come to life. Something like
Right.
c4, bishop,
Yeah,
c3.
c4.
I don't know, yeah. So the c4, bishop, c3 is indeed a good idea to trade the pieces of the board. And yeah, queens are off the board. Okay, interesting. Actually, also one of the most important factors. Actually, do you know how this pawn structure called?
No.
Chad, do you
What is
know
it
how this
called? I
pawn
haven't studied
structure
that one.
called?
What is it?
Okay. Yeah, okay, Chet knows it. It's a bathtub because it resembles a bathtub, It's like, it looks like a
bathtub. That's the
bathtub.
first I've heard of that. So it's an actual like pawn structure. What are the pros and cons of it then?
Okay, it's like a joke name of it, but okay, it's like, it just looks like this. The pros basically that you can anytime push with any pawns, and we can see that c5 has been played. But for time being, it was like indecisive. The
Yeah.
pawns were both still staying, but then at some moment c5 was played. I just wanted to say that, like, looking at this pawn structure, earlier the
Mhm.
pawns were together, it was one pawn island, and there has
Right.
been second pawn island. And for black, it was like one, two, three. So that's kind of one of those, factors of the end game. If you
Mm-hmm.
have more pawn islands, then most likely you're going to have more weaknesses. And okay, these pawns are just
Right.
crashing. Okay, there is not
Yeah, this
much
is
to do.
looking unstoppable.
Oh my god. And also these pawns, just pawns are coming from both sides. Yeah.
Right. Oh, wow. Okay,
Oh.
so
Okay, there is a victory. So it means actually now
mm,
that Kirill, since he lost 2 games, he's been eliminated. But
hmm
Bogdan Daniel Diak, since he won this game, so he lost one only match and now he's winning. So
right.
he's still staying in, and there is going to be another losers brackets tomorrow. But okay, let's see maybe some other game what we have here left. Okay, maybe let's start from the beginning just to update the score. Currently, Safarli against Abhimanyu 1-1. They're playing currently one game. We will decide which game we want to follow. So 1.5 to 1.5. Also here is pretty tie. 2-1 for Kirlek-Senko against Paravian. We also checked one of the games. And Grishuk against Rahmanov 1.5, 1.5. Also equal so far. Getting ready for the second game. Oh, sorry, for the fourth game actually. So we were discussing, yes, this game actually 2-1. So they're also playing game number 4 right now. Nikita Meshkov lost. So it means James Santos Latasa wins this match. There is no more continuation here. And I assume that Meshkov then is going to the losers brackets. Okay, that we actually already had. Kartikian won 2.5. And Kasper Perun lost to Sarana. And that's actually all about winners brackets. Maybe we have some loser brackets Armageddon, what is interesting to look. Let me just see. Actually, no, we don't have right now. So we go back to the winners. Just to update the score. I mean, I think it's important to follow. Oh, actually, wait. Actually, there was a result. Safarli won. So there is 2-1 in this match. Maybe we can stay here and see the game number 4, because it's a must-win situation for Abhimanyu. What do you think?
Let's do it.
Because currently, yes, 2-1.
Mm-hmm.
Safarli is leading.
Okay.
And
Interesting.
it's a game number
French.
4. So basically, if Safarli manages to
Mm-hmm.
have at least a draw in this match, he's the winner. And yeah. So first of all, I think it was a French defense. Wait, let's just try. Yeah, it was French.
French. Yeah.
92 c5 line. Actually, okay. This is something.
You don't see that very often in the French, though.
Yeah, but actually,
What
I
variation
played
of French would this be?
this particular line, but G3, I don't know what to play against G3, because normally
Yeah.
here I know that Bishop C4 is played.
Right.
The idea is Bishop C4, Knight B3, trying to attack that pawn. But okay, G3 I have not faced, at least myself yet.
Me neither. Not in the French.
Do you play
So this is
French, by the way,
interesting.
or what do you play against?
I did. When I first started, I played a lot of French, and then Caro Khan, and then Sicilian. But yeah, I did enjoy the French very much.
So now
I heard it
you're
wasn't the best for
Sicilian
beginners,
gang,
but
yes?
honestly, it's very solid. It's not easy to break. I think it's a good opening for beginners, personally. How about you? What do you play?
I actually used to play almost the whole time French. I mean, I still can play
Mm-hmm.
French like whenever I want to or something like this, so I still can play it. But I also started playing a couple of years
Mm-hmm.
ago Caracan, and also recently started playing E5, so I kind of played
Right.
everything. So yeah. Um, so currently it's actually yeah black to move. I would also like think in this position because you have to
Mm-hmm.
make sure that no knight jump is working.
Right. Right.
But I think with this g3 bishop g2 it's kind of feels like white spent a lot some time for this, and with the lines
Right.
which normally would go like with bishop c4 it feels like the development went much faster. But but I think okay, still there is some knight b3 move, attacking the pawn and still trying.
Mm-hmm.
So for now, there is an extra pawn for black. So let's not forget about that. There is an extra pawn, and white has to try to. You
Mm-hmm.
see, like knight b3, and actually it's
Hmm.
saying it's a miss. Okay, what then did he miss here? I actually
Yeah,
curious.
what was there that was better
I'm
here?
curious what did he miss, but I don't think that any knight jump works. Like that makes no sense. I think. Okay, let's
Right.
ask computer because
Maybe it's
I
like
think
a
it's pretty tough
in-between
to
move
see
here.
what c4 or c3 it's saying.
Wait,
Okay,
it says C. Say that again.
c4 or c3 is the best move. So like,
C4, C3. So what's the idea with C3 then here?
that's a good question. Okay, let's try to play it.
Three.
So the idea, okay, if takes, then what? I mean, I don't understand this. Okay, now the relation goes a little bit down again. I mean, maybe that's just some back of the system, or I don't know. Actually, now it's saying it's b3. Okay, like it cannot. Okay, I think to my mind, knight b3 is perfectly fine move. Uh,
Yeah, I don't understand why it wouldn't be knight B3.
yeah,
Opens up that bishop too, and then pressure
yeah.
on D4. It's not
Ah, okay. I have
bad at
one.
all.
So I have one idea
Mm-hmm.
what why it might be an interesting. So for example, c4
Well,
takes.
yeah,
And then the idea is to place at some moment bishop a3
right,
to stop the castle. Maybe.
right.
You know? For example, knight. Okay,
Well,
but knight can also go to e7. Hmm.
I kind of like the rook on E1 first, though. I think that there's chances to attack that queen like that with the pin on the E pawn as well,
Mm-hmm.
and move the knight around. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
There
probably.
might
Okay,
be
so in
something there.
yeah, in this position, for example, if knight f6,
Hmm.
we would be really happy because knight f6 there is bishop
Right.
a3, but knight e7, bishop a3 doesn't really work that much. So, but here you know all these threats. What you were saying, like this discover attack of the from the bishop to king queen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right now, it just seems like, again, what you were mentioning, right, with the knight on D2. Get it to a good square, right? And also have an
Okay.
opportunity, like the right moment to strike with that bishop on G2 as well.
Yeah, but okay, there we have to find
Hmm.
this right moment. But I would say this knight b3 is perfectly fine
Mm.
move. Okay, like maybe the c3 c4 was
Yeah.
a stronger idea, but it looks fine. And also bring this rook, like rook d1,
Mm.
as you said, like this facing, creating the
Right.
pin, attacking the pawn.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure on D4 here.
Yeah. But okay, it's also extra pawn. You know, black can also give it up
Hmm.
for some like
Right.
development. But yeah, I think just castle. You should not really hold to that pawn. I would
Hmm.
definitely give it up because
Hmm.
normally when you hold to material you lose a lot of time, and when you lose the time,
Hmm.
your opponent can get initiative, and you don't really want to give your
Right.
opponent initiative just for one
Hmm.
pawn. You know that's
Right. Yeah, take the opportunity to actually
yeah.
develop your
Okay.
pieces and coordinate.
So knight f5, and now c3 was played. Yeah, I find the c3 is
Hmm.
much better in this position because now
Right.
pawn cannot take.
Interesting. Bishop to d7 is played here.
It's saying it's a mistake for some reason, but I think... Okay, maybe I would first castle, but I think the point is that knight wants to take here, and then there will be some attack on the queen, and that's why I mean, when you play this bishop d7 move, possible. But now, like, all the pieces are getting traded. Yeah, I mean, there is going to be probably bishop pair against bishop pair and the open position. That's how we love it.
Well, that's going to be tricky.
That's how we love it, exactly. Yeah.
Now, white is going to be the one who ends up with the isolated queen pawn here.
I mean, yeah, you can transpose to this position with isolated pawn. Like, I guess I would take with a knight here. Pawn takes, but I think the problem is that also, you know, the bishop is very strong, and even if you try to trade it, it feels like there is sometimes this d5 move. So you have to be really careful about that.
You know, but when, you know, would d5 work best, I think, because bishop to...
Of course, you have to always calculate, like, but it's definitely an idea. So this position, I think, what black is thinking of, should they castle like immediately or knight f5? Because currently, actually, there is a threat to win the knight. So of course, he took with a bishop. Very interesting. I thought that taking with a knight was. Okay, so what he's saying that my knight is a strong piece, and I'm attacking your pawn, and I would like to trade this bishop. Interesting.
So in this position with queen to b6, now is d5 just not possible?
D5 is actually...
Yeah, there is a pin as well.
D5 looks like a decent move. Wait, D5, but I think the problem with might be with D5 is just simple castle. Like if black castles, you take, I take with the bishop, and yeah, it's a great move. Okay, so I mean, I guess you don't have any other choice. You don't want to keep the king out there, right? So so once pawn takes, you take with a bishop, and there is actually, like, in a way, mirrored pawn structure. But maybe white doesn't want to take. Maybe that's the whole point here. Because white is actually not forced to take. White can take, but maybe just develop the bishop. I don't know.
Now, where's the bishop going, though?
Oh, to f4. We already got the answer.
F4 is not seem bad. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to say bishop is 3, but okay, I realized that there is a knight.
There may be an opportunity to push d6 as well.
Yeah, potentially there is an opportunity to create this passer, yeah.
But I reckon it would kind of fall pretty easily, too. There's already 2 defenders there, plus the rook on d8. So maybe not. But that pawn tension is interesting.
Yeah.
A little curious to see what happens, right? Now.
Oh, now takes happens. Which piece would you take?
Now with the rook or bishop, right? Rook? I mean, with the rook, you're threatening that knight and that bishop, and perhaps double rooks then.
Yeah. Feels like more energetic, like take with the rook, attacking all the pieces, more active.
Yeah.
Maybe the idea could also be... Oh, he took actually with the bishop. I was thinking that after rook takes, if bishop is 6, maybe there is some rook before.
Right.
Oh, wait, what? It
Oh,
looks like it's a
interesting. It's
blunder.
a
Oh my
F7 move, I
god!
think. Bishop F7 and then
Bishop
Rook
f7.
D7.
I
Yeah.
just wanted to say that if bishop takes on d5, there is no
Right.
threat because bishop f7,
Right.
rook takes f7. But now bishop
Right.
f7 is working.
Yep. No
Oh my
works.
god. Okay, let's see if he. Sometimes, such
Hmm.
hallucination can happen for not only
Hmm.
for one. And he missed it! Oh my god!
Oh, well.
Oh my god. So I was just about to say that this hallucination sometimes happen in pair, It happens for the one player and for another.
Right.
Oh my
That's
god.
so funny. Oh, gosh.
Incredible. Oh my god. But I mean, of course, you have to keep so much concentration each move,
Yes.
calculating all of those lines.
Right.
And
It's a
of course, at
lot.
some moment, your brain is just giving some
Hmm.
kind of error, error 404.
Hmm.
And well, this blunder happens. And the best part is when it's like double blunder, like one player blundered, the other one missed. So, yeah. I just wanted to quickly. We wanted to look at this, yeah, because I think that rook d5 was such
Yeah.
a strong move because after bishop e6, I
Hmm.
saw that there is rook b5 attacking the queen and this
Right.
pawn. But maybe, I'm just blundering because there is knight d4.
And
Yeah,
just
so
trump all
okay,
the way.
it's not working. But yeah, okay.
Oh,
Anyway, so bishop takes on
yeah.
bishop takes d5, and yeah. So and this in this position probably like any other move is just good, but this is blunder. This is miss. Bishop. Oh my god. And now we have a position with a endgame knight against bishop. Oh my god, so much action. I'm really happy we stayed with this game. Otherwise, we would not see all these blunders.
Right. So what
This.
are you thinking about this endgame now?
Do you also feel better when you see like these blunders happening on the top level?
You know what? Yes, because then I don't feel so bad when I make them. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Just it's human error. I guess everybody makes mistakes no matter how good you are at chess.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm just,
I mean, I once resigned a completely winning position because I thought I was losing. So that was a major blunder in its own way.
yeah, and whenever people are saying like that chess is coming to the
Hmm.
draw,
Hmm.
death or such
Hmm.
things, it's like, um, I mean, of course, there are a lot of draws on the high level because
Hmm.
in the classical matches, there is such a high precision because they have so much time to think. But
Hmm.
there are still so many decisive results. We have seen like last World Championship match was,
Hmm.
I mean, it was like just here and there, like so many blunders, so many interesting moments.
Right.
Wow, 94 saying brilliant? Okay. Uh, so you cannot take the knight because because rook e1. Oh, there is rook e1. So
That's
you're
sneaky.
yeah,
Seriously, that's sneaky.
that's very sneaky. It's not really it's tough to expect this. And now
Yeah.
actually maybe you can probably I don't
Nobody's-
know if rook d8 works.
Oh, I'm assuming Rook
Maybe
D8. I mean, I don't know what.
maybe c5. Yeah, c5 is
Oh,
better
okay.
because now
Because that
queen
would have
d4 is
actually
still not a move.
interesting.
But the score is 2-1 to Safarli. So basically, if he's making it a draw, it's
Hmm.
absolutely fine for him, and he's going forward. He's a winner. So
Right.
that's rather a problem with Abhimanyu because
Right.
yeah,
Another X-ray. Is that what you called it earlier?
yeah, exactly X-ray.
Right.
Okay, I think that's around equal position. Maybe at some
Hmm.
moment it might change. I just got an information that we were going to have the
Hmm.
Armageddon game between wait a second. Between Paravian against Alexenka. Okay, so far they have not started yet. But I think once they started, we will go there because when it's Armageddon, it's really, really exciting. I saw that they started because I got information they're about to start in like 1 minute and yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean it looks pretty equalish. This deep one, of course,
Uh-huh.
it's not clear if it's like a weakness if king comes somehow and tries to take it,
Right.
or although it's a powerful pawn, the
Right. I mean, it can definitely cause problems,
yeah.
right?
But also
But
white can try to
as you
create the
mentioned,
passer on the
right,
queen side.
right.
Yeah. Okay, people are talking here in the chat about X-ray and skewer. Yeah, like there are so
Mhm.
many, similar terms in chess. There is a
Mhm.
battery, there is a skewer.
Yeah. Now, what's the difference between battery and X-ray? Because I thought battery was when you have your rooks and queen placed together, right?
Yeah, but
And maybe it's just the order of it, right? Maybe it's the queen is
normally it's like
behind.
a bishop and the queen, but also a rook and the queen are it's possible, obviously.
Okay.
Um, like rather, the battery
Uh-huh.
or X-ray is something positive. Like for example,
Right.
if you have battery,
Uh-huh.
so you're kind of attacking to something. If you have X-ray, you're attacking. But skewer and pin
Oh,
are
okay.
tactical.
Yeah, they're tactical, but
They're like double attacks basically. And
right,
if you
right.
have this skewer, if you miss the skewer, then it's bad.
Mm-hmm.
Then
Mm-hmm.
you're losing some piece. But
Yep. So various tools in chess, but yeah, I'm still interested because there's the whole Alekine's battery, right? I believe that's what it was called, and I do think it's a lineup with the queen behind. If I remember, I need to look this up.
with
The
the
inverse more
queen, I
common.
think behind.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, for Alekine battery, I believe. I will look it up right now. I'm curious.
Okay. Okay, I actually have the game started or starting right now. I'm moving there
Oh, it's
because this
Alekine's gun. That's what it's called. Oh yeah, go on. Go ahead.
okay, they're not have not started playing moves, but I just wanted to move there because that position was like round equal and they were playing
Mm-hmm.
the round. I just would like to see some action because
Mm-hmm.
whenever we see the players playing
Right.
Armageddon, they're fighting for life here
Right.
basically.
Right.
And again we can see actually Petrov. Okay, interesting. About the bidding, actually, that was also kind of an interesting
Mm-hmm.
in this game because Kirill bid 8 minutes and 20 seconds. So it was like he wanted to play with black, but he didn't want it. He didn't want to play with black so much that he would beat, some 7 minutes something. And actually, David beat 7 minutes and 33 seconds. Okay, it's like 1 minute away, but yeah, still 7 minutes, 33 seconds. It's kind of, yeah, like low, like relatively low um, compared to what Kirill beat. But yeah, probably he was unsure if he wants to play white or black, and he was like, okay, 8:30. So actually, this kind of position can also happen in exchange range.
Mm-hmm.
When exchange range happens, and
Really?
yeah, because
In the
like you play
exchange
like
range?
e4, e6,
Ah,
like
okay.
e4, e6, d4, d5, trade, and then you can
Uh-huh.
get such pawn structure and then develop the pieces also in the same way. Um, so it's kind of the position typical for few openings can transpose to this
Mm-hmm.
position. So
Right.
um, Petrov one is one of them. What happened in the game, and the question here is, I think I would say that black kind of like equalized here. Okay, I'm also looking at the evaluation bar. It's also saying it's around equal, but I can see from the position that Black managed to equalize his position. Having the king castled, just have to
Right.
improve only one piece. And having this pawn on e4, I feel it's like can be a strong pawn. Wow, bishop takes f4. That's a very committing decision, actually. What is David saying is that this bishop is not so great and I want to put my knight to d5. But the pawn is hanging for now. Okay, I cannot guess any of the moves because now queen a5 is played with a check.
Yeah, but why? Like, so what's the idea here
I mean, I
after
also wanted to
C3?
say like just c3 and...
Right.
Okay,
C3 is kind of nice though. So
maybe he wants to play f5 to protect the pawn.
oh, maybe.
It's hard to say.
Well,
What else do you
assuming
play to protect the pawn? Queen d5,
right,
probably it's not
right,
the best move. You want the knight on d5, you don't want queen on d5.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, bishop f5 here, I don't see why it wouldn't really work. Not bad. But rook to e8, okay.
Rook to e8, okay.
Interesting.
Okay, protecting the pawn. Mission
Yeah.
accomplished. I think just castle.
Castle
looks
and then
like-
rook to e1. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
So, but you know, now I was
know-
thinking the f pawn might be slightly, well, it can't be easily pushed, right? At this point, unless it's defended. I mean, the rook on, or the queen on the 5th rank right now,
Yeah.
defending. But I wonder if there's like a way to break through, or even just like block out that queen.
I think that's what White is trying to do. I think there is some break through with d4 is being prepared. Maybe bring in some rook and then d5.
Right.
But also knight f6. It's like,
Right.
or f5, knight f6. I don't know how is it the
Interesting.
best. Of course, for now it looks kind of even position. I do feel that potentially this knight is better than the bishop because I don't see too many diagonals bishop can work on. But of course, if White
Right.
managed to play d5, like open up the
Right.
position, then of course the bishop can work on this large diagonal. But
So here with b5, I'm wondering if I was gonna say d5 is possible here.
yeah, I was
And
looking
pawn
at
takes. Yeah. Go
I was
on.
looking at I'm not so sure because there is not enough pieces. I think after d5 takes and there is some knight f6 attacking the pawn
Fair
twice
enough,
with
yeah.
the rook and the knight. And
Right.
but there is also d6 here. Okay,
Yeah, d6 and then rook to
it's
d1,
very
right?
tough to say, but
But it's
maybe it was possible. But rook c1 was played first.
okay.
The idea probably behind this move is to take on b5 and then to enter somewhere with a rook on c7.
Right.
Or if black takes, then rook takes, and then there is this weak pawn on c6. So okay, looks fine for now. And actually, you see, like, look at the time. There is 6.5 minutes for White, while Black is having almost 5 minutes. So it's this 1.5 minute difference. I think it still matters a lot. And when the
Right.
opponent's giving up this time to play Black, it really means, because time is the most important resource. Okay, besides, if you don't talk about the position, but time is the most important resource. If you manage the time right, you will be able to have huge chances to win or to play a
Right.
good game. So, yeah.
Right. Well, black is thinking.
Yeah, Black is taking time.
So what's the possibility here for them? Few, right? So,
I mean, there is. Wait, the move has been played. Oh, sorry. Okay, if few moves have been played and it didn't, for some reason, didn't get notified. So knight b6 was played, and then the trade
okay.
happened. So probably black wanted to
Okay.
trade so that pawn takes and not the rook, so that there is no weakness
Right.
on c6. And now actually black took that pawn, but in exchange for giving up the
Right.
7th rank. So right now black is up a pawn, but can white try to create even more pressure, like try to bring another rook to the 7th rank? Because okay, this pawn is also hanging on a2. Like,
Well, right now, also the e4 pawn. What is going on with that as well?
yeah, e4 pawn is also weak. Yeah, that's all right. But I think something like knight d6 could also cover,
That's true.
an attack on the. Oh, and now knight takes.
Okay.
That's interesting. Okay,
Well,
the
now
pawn
maybe
has to
rook to
take.
f1.
Otherwise, pawn would be lost.
Right.
I guess that's opening
Right.
up the f file for the rook to join the attack, so to say.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on f7 potentially.
Yeah.
Question
Exactly.
is, what can black do here to respond?
I think it's like black can always protect this pawn, I feel like. So if there will be like some
Right.
rook f1, then there is always the queen c4 trying to protect the square. I don't think black is risking much. Actually, queen a2 is also protecting the pawn, so it's not so easy.
Well, there you go.
because
So rook f1, yeah, it does not work too well.
yeah. And actually, now that he played this move, I see that there is some
Yeah.
rook e6, rook g6,
Uh-huh.
trying to actively protect. I'm not saying that, black is better because they're up a pawn. It's like around, like, there is a compensation, obviously, because there is a huge attack, huge pressure on
Right.
f7 from white,
Right.
but.
But yeah, I mean, black's queen is just defending everything though, and can, for the most part at the moment. So,
I think for now, of course, black doesn't want to take, not to allow rook coming to c6. That's
right.
important.
But what if rook to c5?
Rook to
What if rook c5?
maybe, yeah.
Yeah, and then rook a7. Even that possibly.
Aha, you want to attack
You know
this.
what I mean? Like something
Yeah,
like that. Still
I think
keeping the
it's
pressure.
possible.
Okay, interesting.
Okay, rook b8. Aha. So now what he's trying to do is trying to trade one pair of rooks. And of course, white doesn't want to trade. Queen a3, giving up a pawn.
Oh, interesting.
That's
Okay. Now, how is
okay,
white
rook
going to
b2.
take too?
Yeah.
Sneaky move.
But wait a second.
Well, I mean,
Wait a
if rook takes c6, then isn't just rook c2
wait.
defended against that?
Wait a moment. No, but okay. I think then you can. Oh wait, maybe that's just defense. But I was just thinking that after rook c6. Okay, let's try without because maybe they'll play move.
Right.
Rook c6, rook b2.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought actually that there is this rook f7, but rook f7, rook c8, but there is rook here and queen is protecting.
Right. Right.
But then rook
So I think
takes,
rook
queen
c2
takes,
just
and queen.
makes
Oh my god, it's a little bit. Okay. I don't know if he will play this or not, but okay. Maybe let's just quickly try rook c2, rook f7. Oh wait, what am I talking about? The queen is hanging.
Yeah, the queen's hanging there.
Okay, that was too much. Too much of creativity. Queen b2 and rook c2, as you said. Yes, rook c2 looks like a strong move.
I mean, you just get the pawn and you're good.
I don't know why not rook b2.
Mm-hmm.
Rook b2 felt good.
Rook b2?
Yeah, before instead of queen b2, it felt like
Before.
still some. Because then you would at least trade one pair of
Mm-hmm.
rooks.
Yeah. I personally do not like black's pawns in the center and obviously on the queen side.
Yeah.
White's, pawns are much better defended overall here.
But I don't understand what is
Considering
happening
two connected pawns here.
because somehow everything is hanging for black now. This e4 is hanging. I think that maybe David a little bit lost, this focus or something. I don't know. It feels like maybe after queen b2, maybe he blundered rook c2. I don't know, but okay, queen probably, I don't know, maybe queen e4 was a little bit too early, but indeed white can try to attack this pawn on a3 and
Right.
but there is always rook b2. You have to make sure it doesn't work.
That is true too.
Rook
Okay.
c6, apparently the great move. We cannot really argue with that, right?
I don't think so. No,
Yes.
I think it's just fine.
Yes.
Okay, and then now I wonder, here, well, you just win the pawn there. It's simple, I guess.
Yeah, just
Take it.
taking the
Call
pawn
it
on
a day. Not
e4.
bad. Yeah.
There are two
Now
extra pawns.
e3.
I mean,
Yeah.
not actually one extra pawn, but there are these
Yeah.
two very dangerous pawns.
Right.
Can be.
They are very dangerous. Actually, I was thinking about e3, but being a slight problem, but I don't think it is. I think that can easily be defended,
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's interesting. Oh.
Queen e1. Apparently some kind of miss.
Hmm.
What was missed here exactly? Not clear. Okay. Sometimes also computer needs some time to understand
Right.
what was the miss. But yeah.
Oh,
So yeah, finally rook comes to e6. I mean, it would have been better to play it earlier, and now maybe
right.
rook f. Okay, no, rook f6 actually is an awful move, of course, because the queen would simply take it.
Right. A2 is looking a little bit sketch.
Lonely. Oh, he took. Okay.
Interesting.
Now there is actually a chance for black.
Yeah.
Wait, rook b2. Rook b2, rook a2. Why not to go for it? Rook b2, I would try it. Okay, maybe these pawns are too strong, but...
Right, maybe, but...
Oh, wait, he trapped... Oh, no. Yeah, he trapped the pawn. If the pawn is pushing rook e4. Wow.
Oh.
But okay, he can take this, but it looks like a... It looks like equal endgame. Wait, what happened? Wait.
Right.
Oh my god.
Fell apart.
This is incredible because earlier we had like these two pawns which were very, very powerful, and after the rooks got traded, oh no, but it doesn't look good enough. I mean, there are also these doubled pawns.
Right.
Basically, king can just go and take these pawns if king goes to 8, because you cannot.
That's true. Yeah, that
push the pawn on 8. It's a draw. Wow.
That rook on d2 is just so passive too. It's
okay. Wait, but now since you see the evaluation battle is falling a little bit because actually.
Oh, interesting. Oh.
Okay, maybe rook a6, rook e6, rook a6 has to be played. Okay.
Oh, they're playing it now, so.
So now rook a7, and basically at some moment, rook will take the pawn.
What is white going to do now? Black can start pushing those pawns, so.
Oh my god, the evaluation bar cannot decide. Did you see that? Like it was jumping up and down.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, now I decided.
Maybe it's mine.
So the whole idea is for black to give up the pawn,
Yeah.
give up the rook for a pawn.
Yeah. That sure, black is just, I mean, that pawn majority, on that king side, it
But
just
wait, you can
hurts.
just grab.
Or that just three extra pawns at this point.
Yeah, no, it just lost.
I don't know, it's not really
Oh my
stoppable,
god,
really. That's
this is
unfortunate.
incredible. This is incredible. But wait, there are still very low on time. Okay,
Wow.
of course, black
Okay.
is not losing
Oh,
this.
okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
it's a
don't.
stalemate.
Oh, no way.
But okay, it's enough for black.
That's hilarious.
Stalemates also happen on such level. A very, very nice match. GG. Wow.
With 4 seconds on the clock, I'm not surprised. It's,
Absolutely,
it's like,
yeah.
gotta move so quickly. Can't think to move.
Yes, there is simply so not, but yeah, like you see, like what time does to players. Basically, in one
Right.
moment, Kirill was completely winning, and then
Yeah.
he just lost. So
Right.
yeah,
Right. It's so crazy how it just goes up and down. Apparently in all levels. But this is faster chess though, so I understand, the
yeah,
evaluation bar. Because you see that in beginner games a lot with the evaluation bar going crazy.
yeah,
But I guess
absolutely.
it happens on all levels.
So I got information
So,
about the
uh-huh.
other Armageddon game, but I
Uh-huh.
think it
Yeah.
finished already. So Grishuk
So
against
who won?
Rahmanov. Let's see.
Okay.
Yeah, the game finished, and
Uh-huh.
um, Grishuk managed to win this Armageddon game with white.
Okay.
He beat 8 minutes, and actually Rahmanov beat 5 minutes 59 seconds. Oh my god, so low. So far, I think no one went so low with a beat. Really, really
Right.
interesting.
Well, congratulations, Grushuk.
Yes, huge congratulations. And well, actually, all games just already finished that I'm checking
Okay.
if there is any other game. But all games finished, so I
Uh-huh.
would offer to us to check the results.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, maybe if chat has also some questions, you can ask.
Mhm.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
let me
If you have some
just
questions. Chat was a little intense earlier, so let's see
yeah,
if they keep that up.
exactly.
Yeah.
Let me just get all the results of the. Maybe first we'll just try to recall the results of the round of the division 2, and then we'll check again division 3. So just a reminder for everyone, we already know this, but just what to expect tomorrow from quarterfinals. So we see here that Jeffrey
Mm-hmm.
Xong is going to play Vincent Keimer in the winner brackets. Samuel Ter Sahakian against Benjamin Bok. Artemiev against Nakamura. Sevian against Aronian. That's going to be a quarterfinal. And it's going to be, of course, a winner brackets. There is also loser brackets. So we're going to, you also can see that one. So Anish Gira is going to play Peter Swidler. Alexander Shimanov is going to play Rauf Mamedov, and Haik Martirosyan Yuan Yi, and Samsidin Vahidov against David Anton Guiara. And after that, basically the losers from the next round are going to also be coming here. So basically after there is going to be a winner of this match, the loser of the quarterfinals is going to go down. That's why it's very interesting that you can lose one game, but you can at some moment
Right.
still go up there. That's, I feel like, really interesting. So let's try and check Division 3 results. I think everything should be already in. Yeah, so we have David Parayan, who actually won against Demchenko. And then he won again against Kirill Alexeyenko. So quarterfinals are going to be... so he's going to the quarterfinals, basically. Then we have Kartikeyan against Cristobal Henriquez, and Kartikeyan won again. So he's going to face David Paravian. Also, we have here result Kasper Perun against Sarana. Sarana won. And he's going to face Matlakov, who won against Mikhail Antipov, and then he also won against Lisi. So that's another game of quarterfinals. Today has been such a hectic day, right? Like so many games.
There are.
But the
There
more we're
are.
going forward,
So
the
many
less.
of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're so interesting though. I feel
Yeah.
like there's a lot to learn from these games themselves, for me
Absolutely.
personally, so it's nice.
Yeah. So
But yeah,
here we
very
have
hectic.
Indic winning against
Mhm.
Sargisyan. And actually, he won against Panamera. Remember, we were looking at this match. Panamera was leading with 2 points, and then
Mhm.
suddenly Indic managed to win 2 in a
Wow.
row and draw. And he's moving to the quarterfinals to play against Safar Lee, who beat
Mhm.
Bortnik and Abhimanyu Mishra. Then we have James Santos Latasa, who is going to face Alexander Grishuk in the quarterfinals. And obviously, there is also going to be a loser brackets here tomorrow. We will have the pairing. So Anton Demchenko won, also Kuzubov, and basically everyone who lost in the Division 3 and the second round, they're going here down. You see all of the players,
Mhm.
and yeah, that's it. That's what we are going to expect tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be the quarterfinals. Already less games to focus on, so for sure we are going to have more time for each game. Today has been so hectic, right?
Right. We were switching from game to game.
We just were watching one game, the other one already like
Yeah.
finished.
Right. Right.
So yeah, it has been a really nice, I think,
Mhm.
time
Mhm.
spectating all of this Division 2 and 3 games, even though it feels like Division 2 and 3 are like lower divisions than 1. Uh,
Mhm.
there has been so many top players and so much
Right.
top chess,
Exactly.
but also
And
so
just so
many
many unique
blunders, right?
moves too. Yeah, a lot of blunders, you're right, but a lot of interesting moves that did end up working as well, right? You're like, hey, what is that move? But then it does work. But then there were a few that didn't work. They look cool, but blunders. That's all. But yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess we're going to say to everyone, have a good day, afternoon,
Yes.
evening, or night.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah, thank you so much for watching, for the energy, for questions, for the
Hmm.
chat. It has
Hmm.
been really a blast today. So for three more days to go in
3 more
this
days.
way.
Yep. Yeah,
So
it's only going to get more interesting from here, I think. So
absolutely.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that, yeah, tomorrow we're going to meet at 5 p.m.
Hmm.
Central European Time and 11 a.m. Eastern Time. So
Yep, up bright and early for me.
yes, don't forget to join. So yeah,
Right.
that's all from us. I think that maybe we're going to also rate somewhere some
Hmm.
shortly. So see
Yeah,
you
let's
here and
do
there
it.
at the same time at the same place tomorrow.
All
Bye
right,
bye.
take care, everyone.